Hey there. Tonight, we're not wandering through quiet villages or dusty roads. We're drifting into the tangled, whisper-soft corners of ancient Greek stories, where emotions were loud and the gods were even louder. These are the tales of affection, jealousy, betrayal and fate, all woven into the most chaotic love triangles ever told. If gentle, slow storytelling helps you rest, you're welcome to like the video or subscribe. But truly, only if it brings you a bit of peace. And if you feel awake enough, let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what the time is on your side of the world. It's oddly comforting to see how many of us drift off to these quiet ancient tales together. So settle your pillow, let the soft hum of your room settle around you, and relax as we slip into the calm, drifting world of Greek myth, where love was rarely simple, often messy, and always fascinating. If you'll settle in, perhaps with the quiet hum of the evening around you, we can begin at the beginning, a dangerous place in Greek mythology, because it's where the gods first learned to be dramatic. You might imagine that cosmic beings, born from chaos and starlight, would have nobler concerns than love triangles. One would think they'd be busy forming mountains, carving oceans, arranging constellations and so forth. But no, almost immediately they began falling in love, falling out of love, developing grudges, and inventing jealousy long before mortals ever had the chance to experience it. And so, tonight, we drift back toward the earliest days of Greek myth, where the foundations of divine relationships were laid, and where triangles, messy, emotional, lovingly chaotic triangles, quietly shaped the behavior of gods and mortals alike. The ancient Greeks believed the universe began not with order, but with chaos, a yawning gap, a kind of cosmic emptiness. Out of that emptiness came Gaia, the earth herself, and later Uranus, the sky. They were hardly the couple one would imagine embroiled in petty romantic drama, yet their union set a precedent. Powerful beings could create life together, but they did not always agree. In Hesiod's Theogony, Gaia and Uranus produced the Titans, the Cyclopes, and the 100-handed Hecatoncheires. Uranus, being somewhat squeamish about his less attractive offspring, promptly shoved them back into Gaia's womb, a behavior that, frankly, would make any relationship tense. One might call that the first example of a dysfunctional divine partnership. Though this isn't a love triangle in itself, it shows something important. Greek myth uses relationships to explain cosmic tension. The earth and sky are in conflict, and that conflict creates space, literally, for new stories to unfold. From Gaia and Uranus came the Titan generation, among them Cronus and Rhea. Now, Cronus is a name you may recognize as the one who swallowed his children in an attempt to avoid being overthrown. Charming family man. But before those rather extreme parenting choices, Cronus himself was part of a small web of mythological romantic complications. Cronus and Rhea were siblings, as was perfectly normal for primordial gods. But Cronus was also surrounded by other titanesses who, depending on the version you read, attempted to draw his interest. Greek mythology rarely gives us tidy genealogical charts. Instead, it gives overlapping tales in which affections shift and alliances waver. The important thing is this: the gods are emotional creatures from the very start. They love passionately, react violently, and rarely hesitate before doing something regrettable. Qualities that set the stage for generations of divine entanglement. To understand the origins of love triangles, one must also understand that love itself wasn't merely an emotion to the Greeks. It was a cosmic force. Eros, not the later winged cherub, but a primordial being of desire, was considered by some poets to be one of the very first powers in existence. His presence in the creation myths suggests something subtle. Love, attraction, longing, and jealousy were built into the universe from its earliest moments, as if the very cosmos anticipated that relationships would be complicated. And indeed, the ancient Greeks themselves had a famously complex vocabulary for love. Eros for passionate desire, philia for friendship, agape for something more divine, and xenia, a kind of sacred guest friendship, which itself frequently became strained by unexpected attractions. These ideas shaped the stories that followed, giving ancient audiences a framework to understand the behavior of their gods. Some mythographers preserve an early variant in which Gaia sought aid from Tartarus, the deep abyss, when Uranus imprisoned her children. Not quite a romance, but certainly something with the emotional flavour of one. You have an unhappy goddess, a cruel husband, and a dark, powerful figure offering support in her moment of need. Ancient Greek audiences would have recognized the dramatic implications at once. This is the seed of all future mythological love triangles. Conflicting loyalties, emotional responses, and alliances built on desperation or desire. Before we move on to the better-known Olympian scandals, it helps to understand why love triangles appear so frequently in these ancient stories. They weren't written solely to entertain, though they certainly do. Instead, they carried meaning. They explained natural disasters and political conflict, as when Zeus fell in love with a mortal, and Hera's resulting fury might account for a storm or plague. They served to teach moral and social lessons, warning audiences about the consequences of betrayal, infidelity, or pride. They reflected ancient Greek societal norms, in which marriage was tied to status, alliances, and honor, meaning that romantic entanglements carried enormous weight. And above all, they humanized the gods. Divine beings who experienced jealousy and longing felt more accessible to worshippers. The Greeks weren't embarrassed to imagine their gods as flawed. In fact, they took comfort in it. A jealous deity is, at least, a deity with familiar emotions. With Zeus's rise to power and the defeat of the Titans, the stage was set for myths that were less cosmic in scale, but far more personal. The Olympians, living in their shining palace atop Mount Olympus, engaged in dramas that made the primordial conflicts seem almost tame. The reason was simple. The Olympians resembled humans far more closely. They had marriages, quarrels, fleeting passions, long-term grudges, and occasionally the emotional maturity of particularly competitive siblings. By giving them these traits, storytellers allowed listeners to project their own human experiences into divine narratives. It's worth noting that the ancient Greeks didn't expect their gods to behave morally. They expected them to behave powerfully. A god who loved passionately could also punish passionately, often in dramatic and unexpected ways. Even before we explore Zeus's own labyrinth of romantic entanglements in the next chapter, it's important to recognize that the shape of divine relationships shifted dramatically under his rule. The Greeks believed that Zeus established a kind of cosmic order, but this order didn't prevent drama. Instead, it contained it within familial relationships and rivalries. This is where love triangles begin to flourish properly, becoming central to mythic storytelling. Zeus's attraction to mortals, for example, created endless narrative possibilities. Hera's reactions, in turn, created consequences. Mortals caught between their desires and divine attention became tragic figures that audiences empathized with. In essence, the triangle became a storytelling engine, producing tales of pursuit, escape, transformation, rivalry, punishment, and reconciliation. Modern audiences often see these stories as entertainment, dramatic, humorous, occasionally chaotic. But to Greek listeners of the archaic and classical periods, they carried deeper implications. Temples, rituals, festivals, and civic identity were often tied to particular myths. If your city believed a god once fell in love with one of your ancestors, you felt a certain pride and responsibility. This connection between myth and identity meant that stories involving divine relationships weren't mere gossip, they were sacred history. And because of that, the complicated emotions within those relationships took on weight and authority. Though many myths present love triangles as personal entanglements, a marriage gone awry, a lover pursued by two rivals, others operate on a symbolic level. Gaia, Uranus, and Cronus reflect generational conflict. Zeus, Hera, and his lovers reflect the tension between lawfulness and desire. Aphrodite, Ares, and Hephaestus reflect beauty choosing passion over security. The triangle as a shape carries symbolism, 3 points, each pulling against the others, creating imbalance and motion. In myth, this imbalance is what keeps the story alive. Before we drift on to Zeus, Hera, and everyone else in Chapter 2, let us end this opening chapter with a gentle observation the ancient poets understood well. In Greek mythology, no story stays simple for long. Even the earliest gods felt longing, tension, and jealousy. The cosmos itself was built upon relationships that cracked, shifted, rebelled, and reformed. And from those shifting bonds came every tale of stolen brides, tragic lovers, jealous husbands, vengeful wives, and gods who simply couldn't help themselves. If the Greeks invented anything more consistently than democracy or geometry, it was emotional complexity. And soon, very soon, we shall meet the master of divine entanglement, a king whose lightning was only matched by his romantic inconsistency. But that is for the next chapter. For now, let your mind rest in the soft glow of old stories, where the universe is young, the gods are temperamental, and love, in all its bewildering forms, is beginning to shape the world. Settle yourself again and imagine the soft shift of clouds underfoot, because this chapter takes us upward to the shimmering, occasionally chaotic palace of Mount Olympus. From a distance, Olympus might look peaceful, drifting quietly above the mortal world. But closer inspection reveals something rather different. A household ruled by a king who could not keep his romantic impulses aligned with his responsibilities, and a queen whose patience, though impressive, had limits sharp enough to cut marble. And here we arrive at the first great Olympian love triangle, or more accurately, the first set of them, because with Zeus and Hera, the complications never quite stop at 3. Zeus, king of gods and wielder of thunder, had no shortage of admirable qualities. He was strong, radiant, and wise enough to rule the cosmos. He established order after the chaotic Titan era, freeing his siblings and arranging the world into a functional system. But the trouble, as ancient poets loved to remind their audiences, was that Zeus possessed a rather expansive understanding of affection. In vase paintings, hymns, and plays, he appears repeatedly pursuing mortals, goddesses, nymphs, and, on 1 or 2 occasions, cleverly disguised maidens who were definitely not looking for divine attention. Hera, his sister and wife, stood opposite him as the goddess of marriage, family, and the social order that held Greek households together. To the ancient Greek mind, Hera represented not just a divine figure, but the entire institution of legitimate union. She was the symbol of what marriage was meant to be: stable, loyal, prosperous, which made Zeus's habits, shall we say flexible, particularly problematic. If you were a mortal bride in classical Athens watching a festival in Hera's honor, you might very well have reflected on the irony that the goddess of marriage had the most unfaithful husband imaginable. The ancient playwrights certainly noticed. Their audiences often chuckled knowingly at depictions of Hera's reactions. which ranged from dignified disapproval to highly organized divine vengeance. The marriage of Zeus and Hera wasn't always turbulent. Early hymns describe the two sharing a grand wedding attended by all the gods, with Earth offering flowers and the Horae, goddesses of the seasons, weaving garlands for the ceremony. But as the myths unfold, it becomes clear that their union was something between a political alliance and an ongoing emotional negotiation. Zeus represented authority. Hera represented the lawful structure beneath that authority. Together, they embodied cosmic order. Even if, behind Olympus's bright walls, that order occasionally dissolved into shouting. When ancient audiences listened to stories of Zeus's affairs, they were not simply indulging in gossip about the gods. These stories served multiple purposes. They explained natural events. Storms and plagues often followed Hera's wrath, and they served as allegories for the tension between impulse and obligation, freedom and restraint. Zeus's power allowed him to act as he wished, but Hera's authority ensured that those actions were never without consequence. The triangle, then, was both narrative and symbolic, a cycle of attraction, betrayal, and retribution that mirrored the cycle of lightning and rain across the Aegean. One of the most famous examples of this cycle involves the mortal woman Io. Zeus, enamored with her, attempted to hide the affair by transforming her into a cow, a disguise that, frankly, raises more questions than it answers. Hera, not fooled in the slightest, requested the cow as a gift. Zeus, having boxed himself neatly into a corner, had no choice but to agree. Hera then set the 100-eyed giant Argus to watch over Io, capturing her with a guardian who never slept. This is not the behavior of someone who merely suspects something. This is the work of a goddess who keeps meticulous emotional records. Eventually Hermes, acting on Zeus's orders, rescued Io, but Hera's fury did not end there. She sent a gadfly to torment Io endlessly, forcing her to wander the earth in cow form until she reached Egypt. Along the way, her hoofprints became landmarks in Greek geography. This myth was more than a tale of divine jealousy. It was geographical storytelling, explaining place names like the Ionian Sea. Ancient Greeks understood their landscape through the stories of those who suffered across it. Another example, much gentler, but still threaded with tension, is the tale of Semele, a Theban princess beloved by Zeus. Hera disguised herself as an elderly woman, a role she seemed to play suspiciously well, and gently persuaded Semele to request that Zeus reveal himself in his full divine form. This, unfortunately, resulted in Semele being incinerated by the sheer force of his thunderous presence. The moral here is clear. Never take romantic advice from mysterious old women who arrive uninvited. And also perhaps that mortals were not built to witness gods unmasked. This myth reinforced the ancient belief that the divine was dangerous, no matter how benevolent the intention. Semele's child, Dionysus, survived because Zeus rescued the unborn god and sewed him into his thigh, a method of childcare unlikely to be recommended by modern professionals, but quite effective in myth. Even here, though, the triangle persists. Hera's anger continues to shadow Dionysus's early years, sending him wandering through Asia until he becomes a formidable and widely worshipped deity. These stories of Zeus, Hera, and the mortals caught between them became standard motifs in ancient literature. Thus, painters depicted them frequently because they offered audiences a blend of drama, humor, and moral reflection. You might imagine Athenians at a symposium, a lively drinking gathering, pointing at a crater showing Zeus disguised as a swan, swooping toward Leda, and shaking their heads, muttering something like, "He really never learns, does he?" But beyond humor, these myths served a deep cultural function. Greek households, especially in the classical period, were built on strict expectations of loyalty and honor. A wife in ancient Athens had far fewer liberties than a husband, and a husband's infidelity, though frowned upon, was not catastrophic in the same way it could be for a wife. By watching Hera react, mortals were effectively watching the divine version of their own social dynamics. The power imbalance, the emotional labor, the cultural emphasis on legitimacy and lineage. Hera's anger reflected the anxieties felt by the women of ancient Greece. Her dignity, despite repeated humiliation, made her a powerful figure in rituals celebrating marriage and womanhood. Zeus, meanwhile, embodied a different truth of Greek life. Those in power were not always bound by the same rules as everyone else. His affairs with mortals produced heroes, Hercules, Perseus, Minos, who became the subject of epics, festivals, and local pride. A city claiming a divine ancestor through Zeus enjoyed a certain prestige, and so Zeus's wandering affections were woven into the political fabric of the Greek world. If a king or city-state could trace their lineage back to something involving a thunderbolt and an unfortunate maiden, well, that was practically a civic blessing. Yet through all of this, Zeus and Hera remained together. The Greeks never imagined them divorcing or parting ways. Their union was permanent, unbreakable, even if occasionally strained. To the Greek imagination, this stability mattered. The cosmos itself depended on the balance of their relationship. Zeus brought authority, Hera brought structure. One without the other would unravel the natural order. So even when Hera plotted against Zeus, as in the Iliad, where she distracts and deceives him, the myth ultimately restored their unity. For ancient listeners, these stories offered reassurance. Even the most powerful couple in the universe could argue spectacularly and still continue ruling the world. Harmony, in Greek thought, did not mean the absence of conflict. It meant conflict held together by obligation and purpose. So as we leave this chapter behind, we can see the shape forming clearly. The first great love and triangles of Olympus are not simply about a wandering husband and a long-suffering wife. They are reflections of cosmic order, human society, geography, ritual, and emotional truth, brought to life by two deities who, for all their power, behave with the same fiery sensibilities as the mortals who worshipped them. Perhaps with the soft feeling that comes when a story reaches one of its most iconic turns. For now, we move away from thunderbolts and divine marital disputes and into a triangle built not on cosmic authority, but on desire, pride, and one of the worst-kept secrets on Mount Olympus. If Zeus and Hera created the template for divine conflict, then Aphrodite, Ares, and Hephaestus turned that template into something like a stage play. One performed endlessly across ancient pottery, whispered about at banquets, and interpreted by poets with far more enthusiasm than subtlety. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, needs no elaborate introduction. She was the embodiment of irresistible attraction, not merely in appearance but in presence. Ancient texts describe her as golden, a term that meant brilliance as much as color. Her very existence symbolized the binding force of love, a cosmic energy that held people, nations, and even gods together. In Hesiod's telling, she emerged from sea foam near Cyprus, stepping onto the shore with such radiant charm that flowers sprang beneath her feet. You can imagine, then, that life on Olympus grew significantly more complicated the moment she arrived. Hephaestus, her husband, was the god of the forge, invention, and craftsmanship. Unlike the other gods, he was depicted as physically imperfect, either lame from birth or injured after one of Zeus's more dramatic family disagreements. But what he lacked in physical agility, he more than made up for in skill. He created weapons, jewelry, palace structures, automata, and armor for gods and heroes alike. The shield of Achilles, with all its intricate scenes of daily life, was his work. Mortals and immortals valued him for his stable craftsmanship, his patience, and his unmatched ingenuity. He was not the sort of god who flew into rages, turned into animals to pursue unsuspecting maidens, or threw thunderbolts across the sky. He worked diligently and quietly, shaping the world piece by piece. And then, standing in perfect contrast to him, was Ares, the god of war. If Hephaestus represented careful craft, Ares represented pure force. He was handsome, fierce, impulsive, and often described as the least beloved of the Olympians. Even Zeus admitted, rather publicly, that Ares was something of a headache. Yet Ares had a charm, the sort associated with the strong, unpredictable sort of warrior who makes an impression at every gathering, and, admittedly, the kind of charm that leads reliably to questionable decisions. Aphrodite's marriage to Hephaestus was arranged, not chosen. In many versions, Zeus married her off to prevent conflict among the gods, each of whom desired her. It is not the most romantic origin story, but it reflects a truth about Greek marriage customs. Unions were often practical, political, and stabilizing rather than passionate. Ancient listeners would have recognized this immediately, understanding Aphrodite's marriage as the divine version of a socially suitable match. Hephaestus offered stability, security, and honor, all admirable qualities, but he did not ignite the kind of fiery affection that her nature inspired. Ares, on the other hand, offered precisely that fire. He and Aphrodite shared a connection rooted in shared intensity, passion meeting passion, impulse meeting impulse. Their affair was whispered about widely in ancient poetry, and vast painters depicted the pair frequently, often side by side, adorned in symbols of love and war. In a sense, their relationship reflected a deep cultural idea. Beauty and battle, eros and violence, have always existed in uneasy partnership. The Greeks saw both as forces that seized control of the human spirit, and placing the two deities together offered a dramatic embodiment of that truth. Now, one must feel a degree of sympathy for Hephaestus in all this. He was not blind to what was happening. The gods were immortal, but they were certainly not subtle. Ares and Aphrodite met secretly, though secretly is perhaps too generous a word when one is trying to conceal a divine affair from beings who can see the world from mountaintop thrones. Still, they tried, and for a time they succeeded, until Hephaestus decided that forging weapons and palaces was not enough. He would forge justice. Here we come to one of the most famous episodes in Greek myth, retold particularly well in Homer's Odyssey, where the bard Demodocus sings about it to an audience of feasting warriors. Hephaestus, knowing of the affair, crafted an elaborate bronze net, so fine it could not be seen, yet so strong it could not be broken. He used his divine craftsmanship not for beauty or for war, but for something far more personal. Then, after pretending to leave Olympus, he set the invisible trap over his bed. Ares arrived, as he always did, with confidence and little forethought. Aphrodite joined him, as she often did, with affection and more than a touch of mischief. And there, in that very bed, the two found themselves ensnared the moment they lay down. The net tightened, binding them in an unbreakable embrace. To modern listeners, it sounds like a scene from a mischievous comedy. For ancient listeners, it was precisely that. A rare moment when the usually dignified Olympians displayed the kind of petty cleverness found in human households. Hephaestus returned at that moment, triumphant, and called out to the other gods to witness what he had caught. Now, one might assume the assembled deities would react with solemn concern or supportive outrage. They did not. Instead, the scene descended into laughter, immortal, echoing laughter that Homer describes with gleeful detail. The gods found the situation thoroughly amusing. Even Poseidon could barely contain himself. Hermes, ever the trickster, remarked that he would gladly trade places with Ares, despite the humiliation, which did little to restore Hephaestus' dignity. Apollo, meanwhile, offered dry commentary that reassured ancient audiences that even the high gods were capable of behaving like neighbours gossiping over a wall. But underneath the laughter lay something more pointed. This tale, comic though it was, held up a mirror to the Greek audience's own experiences. Marriage in the ancient world was often a matter of duty. Affairs, though frowned upon, were common, especially among men of high status. The idea of a husband discovering a betrayal and reacting not with violence but with clever exposure would have struck listeners as both humorous and morally instructive. Hephaestus' trap had a flavour of courtroom drama, reminding audiences that the gods presided over not just love and war, but also justice and social order. What becomes fascinating about this triangle is what followed. There was no great rupture, no divorce, no eternal punishment. Aphrodite and Ares continued their relationship in various stories, producing children who personified elements of both passion and battle. Deimos and Phobos, twin gods of fear and panic, rode into battle beside Ares. Harmonia, their daughter, represented concord, as if reminding the world that even chaotic unions can produce unexpected harmony. Eros himself, in some versions, was their child, a symbol of irresistible attraction born from beauty and war. Hephaestus, for his part, resumed his work. The myths never portray him as vindictive after the incident. His dignity bruised, he returned to crafting wonders for gods and heroes, reminding audiences that even when personal affairs become messy, life and craftsmanship must go on. The triangle did not end with fury or destruction, but with acceptance, an ending that perhaps felt refreshingly mature compared to the explosive dramas of Zeus and Hera. The tale's endurance across centuries speaks to its cultural significance. It appears in classical era vase paintings, in Roman wall frescoes in Pompeii, and even in Hellenistic poetry, where the dynamics are examined with a mix of sympathy and amusement. It offered the Greeks a story about the complexities of desire and the imperfection of divine relationships, a reminder that even the gods behaved in ways that required forgiveness, adaptation, and the occasional clever trap. And so, this triangle sits at the heart of Greek mythology not because of its scandal, but because of the balance it reflects. Aphrodite represents longing, Ares represents action, and Hephaestus represents stability. Three forces, each essential to human and divine life, brought together in a narrative that reveals the tension between them. If you're settled again, perhaps with the quiet sense that we're drifting deeper into the more human corners of myth, we can now descend from Olympus and step into a triangle so influential, so dramatically exaggerated, that it rearranged the geography of ancient storytelling. A triangle that poets claimed launched 1,000 ships, though one suspects the ships were already there, and the poets simply enjoyed a good turn of phrase. Tonight, we meet Paris, Helen, and Menelaus, a trio whose entanglement didn't just shake kingdoms, but was later recited softly by generations of storytellers who preferred not to dwell too much on the battles that followed. Helen, daughter of Zeus and Leda, was considered the most beautiful woman in the world, an honour that, if myth teaches us anything, is best avoided. Beautiful mortals in Greek stories rarely get quiet lives. Their looks become symbols, political bargaining chips, or reasons for divine interference. In classical vase paintings, Helen is sometimes depicted with a gentle, almost serene expression, as if she herself could not quite understand why the universe continued to orbit her. And Menelaus, her husband, king of Sparta, was a practical man. He was not the greatest warrior of his age, nor the most fascinating, but he was steady, capable, and honourable, a suitable husband for a queen. But before we reach their marriage, we need to look at something rather important. The wedding of Peleus and Thetis, a divine celebration that brought together gods, heroes, and one very unwelcome guest. This is where the famous golden apple enters the story, tossed by Eris, goddess of discord, who had not been invited to the festivities. The apple was inscribed for the fairest, which is precisely the kind of object guaranteed to cause trouble among immortal beings with strong opinions about beauty. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite each claimed it, and Zeus, wisely avoiding the quarrel, appointed Paris, a young Trojan prince, to judge which goddess deserved the prize. Paris at the time was living a relatively peaceful life as a shepherd, unaware that the cosmos was about to hand him a decision that would spiral into the most famous conflict in ancient literature. Each goddess offered him a bribe. Hera promised power. Athena offered glory in battle. Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. And Paris, with the earnest decision-making skills of a young man who had clearly not thought ahead, chose Aphrodite's gift. This moment, the judgment of Paris, is the true beginning of the triangle, because Aphrodite's reward came with complications. Helen was already married, and in ancient Greece, marriage was not solely personal, it was political. A queen of Sparta was not simply someone's wife. She was a symbol of alliance, inheritance, stability, and regional influence. Paris's choice would upset more than a household. It would threaten entire kingdoms. The myths offer differing versions of how Paris and Helen came together. In some, Aphrodite simply fills Helen with irresistible attraction, and she follows Paris willingly. In others, Paris abducts her, a pattern not uncommon in Greek myth, though troubling to modern listeners. And in yet another tradition, Helen never even went to Troy, with a phantom sent in her place, while the real Helen waited in Egypt, which was the ancient poet's way of saying, perhaps that whole war was the world's most dramatic misunderstanding. But the version most widely repeated is the one where Helen, struck by Aphrodite's influence, or by her own restless longing, leaves Sparta with Paris, sparking Menelaus' fury. Now, Menelaus was no Zeus, and Helen certainly did not flee Olympus, but in many ways this triangle echoes the divine dramas we've already explored. There is desire, betrayal, political consequence, and the subtle suggestion that divine favour or divine interference can overturn the best laid plans. In fact, some ancient writers felt that Helen was not even fully responsible for her actions. Under the influence of Aphrodite, she became something like a pawn in a much larger game, a symbol of beauty wielded by the gods in their rivalries. Ancient Greek audiences, listening to Homer's Iliad, would have understood all this instinctively. They did not blame Helen entirely for the conflict. Sometimes they blamed Paris, sometimes Aphrodite, and sometimes the entire network of divine and human choices that preceded the final spark. In the world of myth, causes are never simple. A war does not begin with one decision. It begins with many small decisions tied together by fate, pride, and the occasional golden apple. It's worth noting that Helen's status as the most beautiful woman in the world was not merely decorative. In Greek culture, beauty was associated with divine favour and noble lineage. A beautiful person was considered blessed, touched by the gods. So Helen's allure was not just physical, it suggested cosmic importance. That made her elopement, or abduction, profoundly symbolic. It was not simply a queen disappearing from her palace. It was the world losing one of its sacred wonders. Ancient poets leaned into this symbolism, making Helen the centerpiece of a drama not just between lovers but between nations. Menelaus' reaction reveals much about ancient Greek honour. His household had been violated, his authority undermined, and his marriage, a cornerstone of Spartan rulership, had been disrupted. In Greek culture, the idea of time or honour was paramount. A broken oath or a stolen bride demanded response. And since the Greek kings had all sworn an oath years earlier to defend Helen's marriage, Menelaus had every right to summon them. This is the moment when the triangle became a web, pulling in Agamemnon, Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, and countless others. The domestic conflict became a national one. Yet Helen's story remained strangely gentle in tone, even amid the chaos. Poets often describe her weaving tapestries in Troy, depicting scenes of the war itself, as if reflecting on the consequences of her beauty. She is alternately remorseful, resigned, or detached. Paris, meanwhile, is depicted with a softness unusual among heroes, a man more comfortable in the bedroom than on the battlefield. And Menelaus, determined yet not the most powerful of the Greek leaders, becomes a symbol of wounded pride seeking restoration. The triangle persisted even after the war. Some stories claim that Menelaus nearly killed Helen upon reuniting with her, but her beauty, or perhaps Aphrodite's lingering influence, softened him. Other versions say she returned to Sparta peacefully, living into old age under Menelaus' protection. Still others place her in the Elysian fields, where she spends eternity as the idealized queen she once was. And, in at least one tradition, she becomes a goddess in her own right. A suggestion that even the Greeks eventually acknowledged that Helen's story belonged more to legend than to blame. What makes this triangle so enduring is not just the drama of the war that followed, it is the deeply human emotion beneath it. The aching sense of choices made in youth, the consequences of desire, the fragility of loyalty, and the sharp sting of honour wounded. Ancient audiences knew that marriages, alliances, and desires were complicated things, often influenced by forces beyond human control, whether the whims of the gods or the pressures of society. Helen, Paris, and Menelaus remind us that love, or the appearance of it, can ripple outward far beyond the people directly involved. That longing, pride, and restlessness can shape not only households, but entire histories. And in the Greek imagination, those ripples continue forever, carried by the sea winds that once filled the sails of 1,000 ships. We can drift into one of the most dramatic love triangles in all of Greek mythology, not because it launched ships or reshaped kingdoms, but because it showed what happens when devotion, ambition, and betrayal collide. This triangle does not unfold among the gods on shining Olympus, but among mortals, who must live with the full weight of consequences. And in the world of Greek tragedy, consequences rarely arrive in polite portions. Tonight, we step into the story of Medea, Jason, and Glauce. A triangle with no gentle endings, no comic relief, and a degree of emotional intensity that would have made even the Olympians quietly edge toward the exit. Jason, the hero of the Argonauts, began his life as many Greek heroes do, with a prophecy, a quest, and a certain amount of political inconvenience. He was destined to reclaim the throne of Iolcus from his usurping uncle Peleus, and to do so, he needed to retrieve the Golden Fleece, a task so perilous that it seemed tailored specifically to discourage him. Assembling the Argonauts, Jason sailed eastward, eventually reaching Colchis, a land famous for magic, wealth, and the unfortunate habit of throwing newcomers into impossible challenges. It was in Colchis that Medea first saw Jason, And here the story shifts from adventure to something more intimate, more precarious. Medea was no ordinary princess. She was the granddaughter of Helios, the sun god, and a priestess trained in powerful magic. Ancient audiences understood immediately what that meant. A woman of formidable agency, capable not only of helping Jason, but of altering the course of events entirely. In myth, powerful women often drew both admiration and unease, and Medea's presence in the narrative would soon justify both. Their connection, as told in Apollonius and Euripides, begins with divine influence. Aphrodite and her son Eros are said to have caused Medea to fall in love with Jason. Yet despite this divine spark, Medea's actions are very much her own. She helps Jason complete the impossible tasks set by her father, King Aeetes. She supplies him with magical salves, protective spells, and cunning strategies. And when Jason steals the Golden Fleece, Medea goes further still, betraying her father, leaving her home behind, and fleeing across the sea with Jason and his companions. Ancient audiences would have felt the gravity of this immediately. Medea is not merely in love, she has crossed a point of no return. In Greek culture, exile was one of the harshest fates imaginable. To leave one's homeland was to lose identity, support, and protection. Medea's devotion, therefore, is absolute, and the Greeks, practical as they were, knew that such devotion came with expectations. Expectations that Jason, unfortunately, would later fail spectacularly. The early years of their marriage are not often described in detail, but the fragments suggest a semblance of happiness. Medea helps Jason defeat Talos, the bronze giant guarding Crete. She rejuvenates Jason's father, Aeson, through a ritual so dramatic it involved boiling a man in a cauldron and emerging with him restored. And she punishes Peleus, the usurper, through a clever illusion that leads his daughters to cook him in an attempt to resurrect him. If one were to summarize Medea's contributions, she saved Jason's life repeatedly, secured his success, and removed his enemies, all while living in foreign lands with no defenders but him. But Jason, like many Greek heroes, had ambitions that stretched beyond gratitude. When the pair eventually settled in Corinth, Jason saw an opportunity to elevate his status by marrying Glaus, the daughter of King Creon. Glaus is often described as lovely, youthful, and politically advantageous, qualities that, in the pragmatic world of Greek city-states, made her an ideal match for an aspiring ruler. To Jason, it was not betrayal but advancement. To Medea, it was a profound humiliation. Corinthian society, like most Greek communities, placed immense importance on a woman's role within the household. A wife's security depended entirely on her husband's loyalty. Without him, she became vulnerable, socially precarious, and economically powerless. Medea, already an outsider, faced an even harsher fate. She had left her father, her homeland, and her inheritance. She had no brothers to protect her, no relatives to shelter her, and no city prepared to claim her. Everything she had built rested in Jason's hands, and Jason, with breathtaking insensitivity, chose to replace her. Ancient audiences watching Euripides' Medea in 431 BCE would have felt an almost physical tension at this point. Greek tragedy was a civic ritual. It presented emotional truths magnified into mythic scale. Medea stood not only as an abandoned wife, but as a symbol of female vulnerability, foreignness, and the consequences of broken oaths. The Greeks understood oaths as sacred. Breaking one was not merely immoral, but offensive to the gods, especially when the oath involved marriage, protected by Hera. Jason, of course, attempted to justify himself. He told Medea that marrying Glauce was in her interest as well, that it would elevate their children's prospects and provide political security. This explanation, one imagines, did not improve her mood. Jason embodies a familiar Greek heroic flaw: self-assured logic masking emotional blindness. He could not see that Medea's loyalty had been personal, not political, that she had sacrificed everything for him, and that no amount of strategic reasoning could erase her sense of betrayal. What follows in the myth is one of the most famous acts of revenge in ancient literature. Medea, playing the role of the seemingly subdued wife, sends Glauce a gift, a beautiful robe and a golden crown. But the garments are imbued with deadly magic. When Glauce puts them on, they burst into flames that cling to her body, consuming her entirely. Creon, attempting to save his daughter, dies as well. The triangle ends not with reconciliation or resignation, but with tragedy that radiates outward. In the world of Greek myth, a broken oath does not simply wound individuals. It destabilizes households, kingdoms, and destinies. Medea's subsequent actions, especially the killing of her own children in some versions, are among the most disturbing in Greek tragedy, and we need not dwell on them here. Our focus is on the triangle itself: devotion, betrayal, and retribution tied together with a precision that only myth could sustain. What matters is that Medea refuses to be a passive figure. She refuses to vanish quietly into exile. She takes control of the narrative, horrific though her methods may be. To the ancient Greeks, Medea was both terrifying and admirable. She embodied agency in a world that granted women very little. She reminded audiences that passion, once ignited, cannot be easily contained. Her revenge, though extreme, resonated with deeper themes: the dangers of ingratitude, the fury of the marginalized, and the immense power of a broken promise. As for Jason, the man at the center of it all, he becomes one of mythology's most tragic figures, not because he dies young or in battle, but because his failures are painfully ordinary. Ambition, carelessness, and arrogance brought him from heroism to disgrace. He loses everything: Glauce, his children, his marriage, his reputation. In the end, he dies alone, crushed by a piece of the rotting Argo, the very ship that carried him to his greatest triumphs. A symbolic reminder that even the brightest achievements can decay when built on fragile foundations. This triangle is not about passion, beauty, or divine involvement. It is about the human cost of betrayal. It is about the vulnerability of those who give everything and the blindness of those who take too much. And it is about the fierce, unsettling truth at the heart of Greek tragedy: that suffering often arrives not from monsters or battles, but from the people we trust most. Let's drift into a triangle that begins like a heroic fairy tale and ends with a divine interruption. It is a story of escape, abandonment, and transformation, one that blends the quiet courage of a mortal woman, the restless ambition of a young hero, and the unexpected affection of a god who rarely entered a scene without leaving it permanently rearranged. Tonight, we follow Theseus, Ariadne, and Dionysus, a triangle woven through myth, ritual, and the symbolic landscapes of the ancient Aegean. The story begins in Crete, a place where myth and archaeology meet with surprising harmony, long before the Greeks invented the tale of the Minotaur and the labyrinth. The island of Crete had been home to the flourishing Minoan civilization. Their palaces, such as the one at Knossos, were grand structures filled with winding corridors, colourful frescoes, and complex storage rooms, a kind of architectural maze that may well have inspired the later Greek imagination. When archaeologists uncovered these vast palace complexes in the 20th century, they found evidence of bull imagery everywhere: ceremonies, paintings, and religious iconography. One can imagine a Greek storyteller looking upon these remnants and thinking, well, Clearly a half-man, half-bull creature must have lived here. Thus, the myth found its home. Theseus enters this story as a young Athenian prince determined to end the tribute that Athens was forced to pay to Crete, a tribute of youths sent each year to face the monstrous Minotaur. Greek myths are filled with these ritualistic cycles, where suffering repeats until a hero arises to break it. Theseus volunteers to join the group, promising his father that he will defeat the beast and return with sails of white instead of black, a detail that later becomes one of mythology's most poignant mistakes. In Crete, however, the story shifts from heroism to something more tender, because Ariadne appears. She is the daughter of King Minos, a princess with a reputation for intelligence and a heart capable of immense loyalty. When she sees Theseus, she falls in love, whether by divine influence or by her own resolve, varies from one poet to another. But her love is not passive. She does not simply admire him from afar. She decides to act. The help she offers Theseus is not dramatic magic or swordplay. It is something far more symbolically elegant. A ball of thread. Knowing that the labyrinth is nearly impossible to navigate, she gives him a simple tool to mark his path, ensuring he can find his way out after slaying the Minotaur. Ancient audiences understood the significance of this. The labyrinth is more than a building. It is the embodiment of confusion, fate, and entrapment. Ariadne's thread becomes a symbol of clarity, a guiding line that leads the hero from danger back into the light. Theseus succeeds, of course. He kills the Minotaur, escapes the labyrinth, and flees Crete with Ariadne. And here we arrive at the part of the story that has puzzled listeners for more than 2,000 years. Because once the pair reach the island of Naxos, Theseus abandons her. In some versions he leaves her intentionally, driven by fear, ambition, or uncertainty. In others, he departs while she sleeps, overcome by guilt or indecision. And in yet others, perhaps the kindest to Theseus, Athena or Dionysus commands him to leave, suggesting that Ariadne's fate belongs not with mortals but with gods. Whatever the version, the effect is the same. Ariadne awakens on the shore of Naxos, alone, betrayed, with nothing but the memory of all she sacrificed. To an ancient Greek audience, this moment would have felt deeply familiar. Greek myths often reveal the limits of mortal loyalty. Heroes, noble as they appear, often leave behind those who help them once their quest is complete. Jason abandoned Medea after she secured his victory. Heracles forgot several of the women who saved his life. Theseus, for all his bravery, was no exception. His story is not simply one of triumph. It is one shaped by moral ambiguity, the kind that makes the ancient myths feel recognizably human. But the triangle does not end there, because Dionysus now enters the scene. Not with the thunderous authority of Zeus or the strategic brilliance of Athena, but with a presence that feels both wild and strangely comforting. Dionysus, god of wine, ritual, theatre, and ecstatic transformation, was one of the most beloved deities in the Greek world. His festivals, the Dionysia, were moments of release where citizens stepped away from their rigid roles and embraced something freer, deeper, more emotional. He was a god of liberation, reminding mortals that joy and sorrow, ecstasy and despair are intertwined. It is Dionysus who finds Ariadne weeping on the shore, and instead of pitying her or offering distant comfort, he falls in love with her. Not the impulsive, destructive sort of love that Zeus often inflicted upon mortals, but something more enduring. He marries her, crowns her, and gives her a place among the constellations. Her crown, the Corona Borealis, still shines in the northern sky, a cluster of stars visible on clear nights. For ancient stargazers, it was proof that Ariadne's story did not end in abandonment, but in elevation. This transformation from mortal princess to immortal consort reflects a deeper theme in Greek myth. Mortals who suffer unjustly often find redemption through divine recognition. Ariadne becomes a symbol of forgotten devotion, rewarded not by the hero she saved, but by a god who saw her worth. Her story touches on ideas of fate, loss, and renewal that resonated strongly in Greek ritual life. In some local traditions, festivals honoured Ariadne's death and rebirth, merging her myth with agricultural cycles, perhaps reflecting the seasonal nature of joy and grief that Dionysus himself embodied. As for Theseus, his story continues, but the shadow of this abandonment remains. When he returns to Athens, he forgets to change the sails from black to white, as he had promised. His father, Aegeus, watching from the cliffs, sees the black sails and believes his son dead. Overcome, he throws himself into the sea, a tragic moment that gives the Aegean Sea its name. Theseus becomes king, but the myth subtly reminds listeners that even great heroes carry failures with them. His triumph in the labyrinth is forever tied to the sorrow he caused both Ariadne and his father. This triangle, then, is not about rivalry in the usual sense. Dionysus does not compete with Theseus, he replaces him. The story is less about two men vying for a woman, and more about the contrast between mortal failure and divine empathy. Theseus represents ambition, achievement, and imperfection. Dionysus represents transformation, emotional truth, and the potential for renewal after despair. Ariadne, caught between these two forces, becomes the thread binding the narrative. The same thread that once led a hero out of the dark now leads her into immortality. Ancient audiences may have interpreted this tale as a reflection on human relationships, the way people can be abandoned by those they trust most, only to find unexpected solace elsewhere. Or they may have seen it as a ritual story about rebirth, Ariadne's grief transformed into divine joy. In both readings, the triangle reveals the fragility of trust and the unpredictable kindness of fate. And so, this chapter ends not with betrayal, but with redemption. Not even Medea's terrible vengeance received such a gentler counterbalance. Ariadne, unlike so many wronged women in myth, is not left to wander or perish. She becomes a symbol of resilience, a reminder that heartbreak can lead to something luminous. The story of Paris, Helen, and Menelaus. He did not know, of course, that his return journey would take 10 years, nor that it would wind through islands filled with enchantments, dangers, transformations, and delays both divine and self-inflicted. The Odyssey, attributed to Homer, presents him as a man of exceptional cunning, a hero who wins not through brute force, but through strategy and adaptability. He is, in a sense, the most human of the Greek heroes, flawed and restless, determined and tender-hearted. Waiting for him back in Ithaca is Penelope, his wife and queen, whose own heroism is quiet, steady, and deeply rooted in the expectations of ancient Greek society. Penelope's role, though domestic, is no less vital than Odysseus's. She preserves the kingdom, raises their son, manages a household besieged by suitors, and maintains her loyalty through the long years of uncertainty. In a time when women's honour was tied directly to marital faithfulness, Penelope's constancy became legendary, a model for Greek wives celebrated in poetry, art, and ritual. But our focus tonight is on Calypso, the nymph whose island becomes a pause in Odysseus' journey, a place where time stretches and bends around longing. Calypso dwells on Ogygia, a remote island described in the Odyssey as fragrant, lush, and untouched by hardship, a paradise set apart from mortal concerns. When she finds Odysseus shipwrecked on her shore, battered and exhausted, she does what many divine beings do in Greek myth. She falls in love. Ancient audiences understood the dynamic immediately. Calypso is immortal, radiant, and free from the burdens of aging or sorrow. Odysseus, by contrast, carries his mortality on his shoulders like a travel-worn cloak. To a nymph like Calypso, a mortal's vulnerability is irresistible. She offers Odysseus not only shelter, but immortality itself. She promises to make him her husband, to give him eternal youth, and to let him live forever in her idyllic home. This is where the triangle becomes especially poignant. Unlike the other stories we've explored, Odysseus is not simply tempted by a passing attraction or overwhelmed by a goddess's glamour. He is genuinely torn between two visions of life. On one hand, the promise of immortality is no small thing in Greek thought. Mortality was the defining hardship of human existence. The relentless ticking of time, the certainty of loss, the ache of impermanence. To escape that was to transcend the very condition of being human. Many heroes sought it. Few were offered it outright. And yet, on the other hand, Odysseus longs for Ithaca, a land far less comfortable than Ogygia. Ithaca is rocky, modest, and unglamorous. Penelope is faithful, yes, but she cannot offer immortality or eternal ease. Still, Odysseus' heart pulls toward her, toward his son Telemachus, toward the homeland that shaped his identity. The Greek worldview placed enormous importance on Nostos, the return home. A hero who does not return is an unfinished story, an identity unresolved. So Odysseus stays with Calypso for 7 years, not in blissful abandon, but in a state of emotional suspension. Ancient poets describe him sitting on the shore each day, gazing across the sea, weeping for home. It is a striking image, a man who turned down eternal youth in favour of longing. A reminder that even among divine comforts, the human heart remembers. The Greeks believed deeply that meaning was tied to struggle and belonging, not to comfort alone. Calypso, for her part, is not portrayed as malicious. She loves genuinely. She offers sincerely. She cannot understand why Odysseus would choose a mortal woman over immortality, and who could blame her? Greek gods rarely understood the mortal need for home. To the divine mind, love ought to be enough, especially love sheltered from the ravages of time. But the gods, particularly Zeus and Athena, have plans for Odysseus, and they are not about to let him remain on Ogygia indefinitely. Hermes is sent to deliver the decree. Odysseus must be released. Calypso protests, not through fury, but through sorrow. She points out, quite accurately, that male gods often take mortal lovers without punishment, while she, a female deity, is scolded for doing the same. This moment of protest is remarkably sharp for ancient literature, revealing a hint of awareness about the double standards even among the gods. Still she obeys. She helps Odysseus build a raft, provides food and tools, and watches him leave. In a rare gesture among divine romances, she lets him go without curses or vengeance. Her love, though fierce, becomes resigned. She fades from the story with dignity, a goddess who loved wholeheartedly and accepted loss. Meanwhile, Penelope's loyalty is a quieter force, but equally powerful. She keeps the suitors at bay through cleverness of her own, weaving a shroud by day and unravelling it by night, delaying her remarriage with a patience that would test any mortal. Her devotion is the anchor of the Odyssey, the reason Odysseus' return carries such emotional weight. The triangle here is not a battle of affections. Penelope never meets Calypso, and Calypso never threatens Penelope directly. Instead, they represent two opposing visions of life, eternal comfort versus mortal purpose. Calypso's island is paradise without struggle. Penelope's Ithaca is home with all its imperfections. And Odysseus, ultimately, chooses the latter, choosing a mortal life with all its pain because it is his. Ancient listeners would have heard in this a deep cultural truth. In the Greek worldview, mortality was not simply a burden, it gave life its meaning. The gods, for all their power, lived in a kind of emotional stasis. They did not change, grow, or age. Mortals, by contrast, lived with urgency. The brevity of life made choices matter. Odysseus' decision to leave Calypso, then, is not a rejection of pleasure, but a reaffirmation of humanity itself. And so, the triangle ends not in anger or catastrophe, but in quiet resolve. Calypso remains sorrowful yet dignified. Penelope continues her patient vigil. Odysseus returns at last, not youthful or divine, but older, weathered, and fully mortal, a man shaped by longing. In its softest form, this myth teaches that love defined by endurance can outlast even immortal temptation. And, in a sleepier way, it reminds us that the heart's compass does not always point to comfort, but to belonging, something the gods, with all their power, could never fully understand. Perhaps with the quiet sense that the world is growing dim around the edges, we now move into a love triangle unlike any other we've explored. A triangle where one member is not a rival but a realm, a place that holds Eurydice as tightly as any lover could. This is the story of Orpheus, Eurydice, and the very underworld itself. A triangle shaped by longing, music, and the ancient Greek understanding that even love cannot always conquer death. Orpheus was no ordinary hero. He wielded no sword, carried no shield, and never led armies into battle. Instead, he held a lyre, a delicate, beautifully crafted instrument said to be a gift from Apollo himself. With it, he could charm forests, coax rivers into changing their paths, calm storms, and persuade wild animals to rest at his feet. To ancient Greeks, music was not mere decoration. It was a force that shaped emotion, memory, and ritual. In Orpheus, this force became almost divine. Eurydice, the woman he loved, enters the myth quietly. She is not described with the radiant detail given to figures like Helen or Ariadne. Instead, she feels like a real person, gentle, mortal, and beloved. The simplicity of her character in many ways strengthens the story. She does not need divine beauty or royal blood. She is important because Orpheus loves her. And for the Greeks, that alone was enough to give her mythic weight. Their marriage is brief. So brief, in fact, that ancient poets treat it like a single breath between joy and catastrophe. Eurydice, wandering through a field after the wedding, is bitten by a serpent and dies instantly. Death in Greek myth often arrives in this blunt, unsettling way, sudden, unreasoned, a reminder that the mortal world is fragile. Ancient listeners would have recognized this immediacy. Life, to them, was always a narrow line. Orpheus's grief becomes the axis of the story. Unlike many Greek heroes who respond to tragedy with rage or vengeance, Orpheus responds with longing so deep it transforms him. He refuses to accept Eurydice's death as final. And because his music moves not only the living, but the natural world itself, he decides to attempt the impossible. He descends into the underworld. In the ancient Greek imagination, the underworld was not hell, not a place of fire and torment, but a quiet, shadowy realm ruled by Hades and Persephone. It was a land where souls drifted like faint memories, where rivers separated the living from the dead, and where time seemed to slow into something heavy and eternal. Entering it was not forbidden exactly, but it was dangerous. Only a few ever attempted it. Heracles, Theseus, Psyche, and Orpheus. And only one ever went because of love alone. When Orpheus enters the underworld, he does so with his lyre. His song, mournful and tender, persuades the shades of the dead to weep. An extraordinary moment in myth, because the dead were not thought capable of strong emotion. Even the Furies, whose hearts were notoriously difficult to soften, paused to listen. The story gently suggests that grief, expressed through beauty, can move forces that seemed immovable. Hades and Persephone then hear him. Hades, contrary to his later reputation, was not a villain in Greek thought. He was stern, just, and rarely swayed by emotion. But Orpheus's song, echoing through the halls of the dead, touches even him. Persephone, whose own life had been shaped by grief and separation, understands the pain in Orpheus's voice. Together, they offer him a bargain spoken in the kind of tone ancient storytellers used when warning audiences that a rule was about to matter very, very much. Eurydice may return with him, they say, but Orpheus must not look back at her until they have both reached the upper world. To ancient listeners, this condition made immediate symbolic sense. The journey out of the underworld represented rebirth. Looking back meant doubting the process, questioning fate's generosity. It was a test of trust, not in Eurydice, but in the gods and in Orpheus's own resolve. And so the ascent begins. Orpheus walks ahead, hearing only the soft footsteps behind him. The path is steep, winding upward through caverns where shadows cling to the walls. The underworld, reluctant to let Eurydice go, seems to hold its breath. At last, a faint glimmer of daylight appears ahead. Orpheus reaches the top, steps into the sunlight, and, overwhelmed by joy, fear, and longing, turns around. Eurydice is still in the shadows, just a few steps behind him, and the moment he meets her eyes, she fades, reaching toward him as she slips back into the realm of the dead. This is the moment that ancient audiences remembered most, not because it is dramatic, but because it feels achingly human. Trust is difficult. Fear is powerful. And sometimes, even when the finish line is inches away, emotion overcomes intention. Orpheus fails not because he is careless, but because he loves too deeply. His need for certainty undoes him. The grief that follows shapes the rest of his life. He wanders the world, singing songs so sorrowful that even the stones weep. In some versions, he avoids the company of women entirely, devoting himself to memory. In others, he becomes a teacher, spreading sacred knowledge that later shaped the Orphic mysteries, religious rituals focused on purity, rebirth, and the soul's journey after death. These rites, practiced across the Greek world, gave Orpheus a legacy that stretched far beyond myth. His name was associated not only with music, but with the hope of a gentler afterlife. The triangle here is an unusual one. It is not Orpheus versus another suitor, or Eurydice torn between affections. Instead, the rival is the underworld itself, the inevitability of death, the laws that govern it, and the boundaries between mortal longing and divine decree. Eurydice becomes a symbol of what is lost. Orpheus becomes the symbol of what is attempted, and the underworld becomes the force that refuses to yield fully to human desire. Ancient listeners understood that the gods rarely reverse death. They might bargain, challenge, or offer conditions, but death remained a boundary even they respected. Orpheus's failure reinforced a truth central to Greek thought. Mortality is both beautiful and painful. Love does not always overcome fate, yet the attempt, the struggle, the song, those carry meaning. There is also a gentle humour in the way Hades and Persephone respond. They do not punish Orpheus for breaking the rule. They do not strike him with lightning or trap him forever. They simply let the law of their realm stand. It is a rare example of divine neutrality in myth. The underworld does not gloat, it does not condemn. It merely keeps what belongs to it. In the end, this triangle reveals the emotional depth of Greek storytelling. It shows that myths were not merely tales of battles and monsters. They were meditations on love, longing, and the painful truths of human existence. Orpheus's failure has echoed through centuries, not because it is tragic, but because it is understandable. Anyone who has loved deeply knows the feeling, the urge to look back, to reach out, to confirm that the one you love is still with you. We now drift into a triangle shaped by pursuit, identity, and the quiet yearning for freedom. Tonight's story belongs to Apollo, Daphne, and Leucippus, a triangle that is not driven by betrayal or rivalry so much as by conflicting desires, each pulling the story toward a different ending. It is one of Greek mythology's gentler tales, though its undertones remain hauntingly familiar. Longing unreturned, identity protected at great cost, and the delicate line between admiration and intrusion. Apollo stands at the centre of this story, the radiant archer god, patron of music, prophecy, healing, and sunlight. To the Greeks, Apollo embodied a form of ideal beauty and order. His temples, especially the famous sanctuary at Delphi, were places where mortals sought guidance, truth, and clarity. One imagines him as a figure whose presence alone inspired calm, golden bow across his back, laurel wreath in his hair, and the kind of serene confidence one might expect from a god who could both foresee the future and hit a target from a mile away. But even Apollo, who symbolized rationality, was capable of deeply irrational emotions. And it begins, as so many Greek myths do, with the gods teasing one another. After Apollo mocked Eros for his small bow and youthful appearance, Eros decided to give him a lesson in humility. With impeccable dramatic timing, he shot 2 arrows, a golden one into Apollo's heart, filling him with passion, and a lead one into Daphne's, filling her with disinterest. It is the mythological equivalent of ensuring that one person falls hopelessly in love, while the other would rather be anywhere else. Daphne, daughter of the river god Peneus, was a nymph associated with forests, riversides, and the untamable quiet of nature. Ancient depictions often show her with flowing hair and simple garments, a figure closer to the wild than to the palace. She had no interest in marriage, romance, or the complex entanglements of divine affection. Like Artemis, she preferred freedom. Not isolation, but independence. For women in the ancient Greek imagination, this was a radical stance. Female autonomy was rare in myth and rarer in daily life. Daphne's desire to remain unattached was a declaration of identity. Enter Leucippus, in some versions a young man, in others a youth enchanted by Daphne's beauty. The version we explore tonight is the one preserved in later Hellenistic retellings, where Leucippus, hoping to spend time with Daphne, disguises himself as a woman to join her hunting companions. The Greeks had an entire category of myths involving gender disguise, often tied to questions of identity, desire, and social boundaries. Leucippus's choice reflects the depth of his longing. He wants closeness, not conquest. He wants to be near Daphne in the one way she allows others near her, as part of her circle of maidens. And so the triangle begins. Apollo desires Daphne with overwhelming passion. Leucippus seeks Daphne through gentle subterfuge. Daphne desires only her freedom. 3 directions, none aligned, all pulling against one another. Apollo's pursuit is not malicious exactly, but it is intrusive. The Greeks understood the difference between affection and pursuit keenly. Desire is a powerful force in myth, one that often overrides reason. Apollo, filled with passion by Eros's arrow, calls out to Daphne with poetic declarations, praising her hair, her eyes, her running form, her courage. One imagines him as a flustered, love-struck figure, unused to rejection and deeply confused by Daphne's insistence on escape. The humour in the situation is subtle, a god famed for reason tumbling headfirst into emotional chaos. Meanwhile, Leucippus's growing closeness to Daphne becomes fragile. The more he enjoys her company, the more he risks revealing his identity. And the other maidens, sharp-eyed and perceptive, begin to notice inconsistencies, his voice, his strength, his reluctance during certain rituals. In Greek myth, the boundaries between worlds, divine and mortal, male and female, wild and civilized, are sacred, and crossing them invites consequences. Apollo, sensing a rival even before recognizing the disguise, grows jealous. Jealousy in Greek myth is not simply emotional, it is cosmological. It shifts the course of events. It brings truth to light. In this case, it pushes Daphne's companions to suggest a communal bath, an innocent activity among women, but a potentially devastating one for someone in disguise. Leucippus hesitates, and the hesitation becomes his undoing. His true identity is revealed, and the maidens, feeling betrayed, react with fury. Apollo intervenes at this moment, but not to save Leucippus. Some versions have the maidens themselves drive him away or even kill him, emphasizing the tragic cost of forbidden longing. Leucippus falls not as a villain, but as someone who loved without understanding the boundaries Daphne needed. His story becomes a quiet reminder that desire, even when gentle, must respect the space others carve for themselves. With Leucippus gone, the story narrows to Apollo and Daphne, the god in fervent pursuit, the maiden in determined flight. Daphne runs, swift as a deer through the forest, her hair streaming behind her. Apollo close behind, calling out promises and pleas. Ancient listeners would have heard in this chase echoes of older myths. Artemis pursuing a trespasser, Pan chasing Syrinx. These stories often symbolize the tension between civilization and the wild, order and freedom, desire and autonomy. But Daphne, unlike many figures in myth, chooses transformation over surrender. As Apollo closes the distance, she calls upon her father, the river god, to save her. She asks not for concealment or revenge, but for escape from the very form that makes her vulnerable. Peneus, grieving but obedient to his daughter's will, transforms her into a laurel tree. Ancient poets describe this moment with striking tenderness. Daphne's feet sink into the earth, her limbs stiffen, her hair becomes leaves, her voice quiets into the rustling of branches. Apollo, reaching her at last, embraces the tree, not angrily but with sorrowful acceptance. He swears to honour her forever. The laurel becomes his sacred tree, its leaves worn by priests, poets, and victors in the Pythian games at Delphi. Through this act, Daphne gains a kind of immortality, not as a goddess, but as a symbol of victory and purity. This transformation is sometimes interpreted as a victory for Daphne, sometimes as a tragedy, and sometimes as a reflection of the Greek belief that identity often comes at a cost. Daphne escapes pursuit, but she loses her human life. Apollo loses the possibility of love, but gains the emblem through which his worship would thrive. The triangle ends with no romance fulfilled, no rivalry fully resolved, but with a sense of solemn beauty, a recognition that desire must sometimes bow before autonomy. The Greeks used this story to explore themes that their society struggled with: the tension between admiration and intrusion, the fragility of independence, and the strange ways desire can reshape lives. Apollo, though a god, is reminded of his limits. Leucippus is reminded that longing must not override truth. Daphne becomes something eternal, not as an object of desire, but as a symbol of self-determination in a world that rarely afforded such choices. Perhaps with that soft sense of completion that comes when a long journey is nearing its end, we now drift into our final chapter. Not another dramatic triangle, not another chase across islands or through forests, but a gentle gathering of everything we've explored. Tonight, we look back at all the entanglements that have shaped this sleepy odyssey. Gods who loved unwisely, mortals who suffered for their devotion, and stories that unwind in three directions at once. Greek love triangles are rarely peaceful. They end in tears, transformations, catastrophes, or moral revelations. And understanding why is a journey into the heart of how the ancient Greeks saw life itself. We've seen again and again how desire in myth is never simple. It is not a quiet feeling tucked in the corner of a story, but an elemental force. Eros is among the first beings to exist in Hesiod's cosmogony, older than the Olympians, older even than the Titans. Love, the Greeks believed, shaped the very structure of the cosmos, and like any primal force, it was unpredictable. It could bind, create, elevate, or destroy. When the Greeks told stories involving love triangles, they were not merely spinning tales of jealousy. They were describing the collisions of cosmic forces through the language of emotion. Consider Zeus and Hera, a marriage that anchored the universe, yet trembled constantly under the weight of Zeus's wandering affections. Their story shows that even divine order strains under the pressure of desire. Zeus pursued mortals, goddesses, and nymphs with the enthusiasm of someone who believed boundaries were suggestions. Hera, in turn, responded with anger that shaped storms, plagues, and transformations. Ancient listeners understood at once. The triangle was never just a love story. It was a cosmic balancing act, where power, fidelity, and social expectation collided. Then think of Aphrodite, Ares, and Hephaestus. A triangle built not on cosmic order, but on passion, pride, and the quiet ache of mismatched marriage. The goddess of beauty loved the god of war. The god of craft loved them both in his wounded way. Their entanglement revealed something deeply human. Attraction does not always follow logic. Those who love steadily are not always loved in return, and those who burn brightly often burn erratically. Ancient audiences laughed at the bronze net, at the other gods' teasing commentary, but beneath the humour lay recognition. They saw their own household reflected in Olympus, their own compromises echoed in divine drama. With Paris, Helen, and Menelaus, the love triangle widened into a network of alliances, betrayals, and catastrophic consequences. The triangle was not simply emotional, it was geopolitical. A queen's departure, whether willing or coerced, destabilized kingdoms. Spurned husbands summoned armies. Nations invoked oaths. What began as desire blossomed into war, reminding listeners that in the Greek imagination, personal choices ripple outward into the public sphere. Love is not contained. It spills into politics, honour, and collective destiny. Then came Medea, Jason, and Glauce. A triangle not of gods and heroes, but of mortal vows and mortal cruelty. Here, the consequences were intimate and devastating. Medea's love burned so fiercely that it reshaped her life entirely. She betrayed her father, left her homeland, and built her world around Jason. His betrayal, in turn, tore that world apart. Greek tragedy thrived on such emotional extremity. The slow gathering of choices, the sudden break, the cleansing fire of revenge. This triangle shows that love, when paired with betrayal, becomes something apocalyptic. Theseus, Ariadne, and Dionysus brought us another flavour. The triangle of abandonment and redemption. Theseus's forgetfulness and indecision contrasted sharply with Dionysus's unexpected compassion. Ariadne's thread guided one hero out of darkness. Her endurance guided her toward immortality. This triangle suggests that love's pain may lead not only to destruction, but also to transformation. The Greeks understood that suffering, while unwelcome, often reshapes identity. Ariadne did not perish, she ascended. Odysseus, Penelope, and Calypso introduced yet another dimension, the tension between comfort and belonging. Calypso offered immortality, pleasure, and eternal ease, gifts mortals usually beg for. Yet Odysseus longed for home, for the familiar imperfection of his mortal life. Penelope's quiet, faithful presence gave the story its emotional compass. This triangle shows that love is not always about passion or rivalry. Sometimes it is about memory, duty, and the steady pull of a shared life waiting across the sea. And then, in the twilight grey quiet of the underworld, Orpheus, Eurydice, and the silent realm that claimed her revealed the most fragile truth of all, that even love's deepest longing cannot always overcome the finality of death. Orpheus's one backward glance remains one of the tenderest moments in myth. It is not failure through weakness, but failure through love, a reminder that the heart's urgency can overwhelm even the strongest intentions. The Greeks, ever attuned to the limits of mortality, wove into this triangle the acceptance that some stories end in loss, no matter how beautifully they begin. Finally, with Apollo, Daphne, and Leucippus, we saw desire collide with autonomy. Apollo's brilliance, Leucippus's disguise, and Daphne's determination shaped a triangle that ends in a transformation both tragic and triumphant. Daphne refused to be defined by the desires others projected onto her. In choosing metamorphosis, she preserved herself, at the cost of herself. This triangle reveals the ancient tension between admiration and intrusion, a theme still resonant today. Across all these stories, one truth emerges gently and steadily. In Greek myth, love triangles are not merely dramas. They are explorations of the human condition. Each triangle highlights a different limit. The limit of power, of loyalty, of identity, of mortality, of patience. These limits are not weaknesses, but boundary lines that shape experience. In Greek thought, the gods themselves existed within boundaries. Fate, prophecy, cosmic law. Mortals, in turn, lived within even smaller circles. Their choices hemmed in by time, by necessity, by expectation. And yet, love persists in every story. Even when it leads to ruin, love is portrayed not as folly, but as an essential part of being alive. The Greeks understood that to love is to risk. To desire is to expose oneself. The consequences, tragic, comic, or transformative, give shape to the narrative of a life. There is also a gentle humour hidden in these tales, the kind that ancient storytellers used to soften the edges. A bride turned into a tree, a lover caught in a bronze net, a goddess fuming over a disguised cow. These details amused ancient audiences just as they amuse us now. Greek myth never insisted that love be solemn. It allowed for absurdity, for irony, for the cosmic joke that even gods fall headlong into emotional chaos. And so our quiet journey ends not with a moral, but with a whisper of understanding. Greek love triangles endure because they speak to something universal. Love stretches us, sometimes into joy, sometimes into grief, sometimes into transformation. It pulls us in different directions, tests our promises, reveals our vulnerabilities. And in that tension, Greek storytellers found a well of meaning deep enough to sustain centuries of retelling. Let this final chapter settle around you like the last rays of a soft evening sun. Let the stories drift into the corners of your imagination. Hera's fury, Aphrodite's laughter, Ariadne's crown of stars, Penelope's steady loom, Orpheus's trembling hands, Daphne's leaves stirring in Apollo's breath. For in all of them lies a gentle truth. Love is complicated, even in dreams. And it is in that complication, in the tears, the transformations, and sometimes the trees, that Greek mythology found its quietest, most enduring wisdom. In the quiet hours of a Roman afternoon, when the streets are drowsy with sun, and the forum's noise is little more than a murmur, a negotiation is taking place behind closed doors. It does not involve senators or soldiers. No laws are being passed, no territories conquered, yet it may determine the course of generations. This is a sponsalia, a Roman betrothal. Not quite a proposal, certainly not a romantic one. It is a contract, not a confession. And it is the first step in what the Romans considered one of the most important and most thoroughly structured moments of private life: marriage. In ancient Rome, Love came later. Marriage came first. Or rather, it came according to the will of the paterfamilias, the male head of household, who often arranged his daughter's future long before she had any strong opinions on the matter. And so, behind heavy wooden doors, with a few slaves keeping respectful distance in the atrium, a father would sit opposite another father, or a legal representative of a prospective groom, and the discussion would begin, not about feelings, but about status, dowry, fertility, and lineage. Marriage in Rome was not merely a personal matter, it was a matter of dynasty, of property and continuity. The ancient Roman family, the familia, wasn't just a household. It was a legal unit, a miniature republic, with its own rituals, gods, debts, and responsibilities. And marriage was how that unit reproduced itself. A daughter was a political asset. She might be 12, maybe 14. The minimum legal age for marriage was 12 for girls and 14 for boys. And, by modern standards, she would seem a child. But in Roman eyes, she was entering the threshold of womanhood, a vessel of legacy, a future mother of citizens. The betrothal was formalised with a handshake, not between the young couple, mind you, but between their fathers or legal guardians. This gesture, the dextrarum iunctio, was the symbolic moment that a promise had been made. To seal it, a ring might be given, worn not on the left hand's fourth finger, as it is now, but often the third, and almost always made of iron. Not gold, that would come later. Iron, practical, unadorned, Roman. It was called the annulus pronibus, and it served not as a sign of devotion, but as a legal marker. This girl is promised. It was not unusual for betrothals to be arranged years before the marriage took place. Some were broken off without much fuss, especially if one party's political fortunes changed or the dowry negotiations soured. Others were treated as nearly binding. A betrothal could be ended, but to do so without cause might be considered dishonourable, even actionable in some cases. The Romans did not take promises lightly, even the ones made on behalf of other people. You might be wondering what the bride thought of all this. The answer, gently and without judgment, is very little. In most cases, her opinion was neither sought nor required. At best, she might be asked if she accepted her father's decision. At worst, she was simply told. This was not cruelty. At least not consciously. It was custom. It was order. The same way crops were planted in spring, the same way the Lares were given offerings. Daughters were married when and to whom the family deemed best. And what of the groom? If he were much older, as was often the case, he might be a seasoned man in his 30s or 40s, marrying for alliances or legitimacy. If he were young, it might be his first major step into Roman adulthood. He too was often a participant rather than a chooser. The match was a bridge between households, a means of combining resources, names, and gods. It's worth remembering that Roman marriage wasn't necessarily about two individuals finding one another. It was about familia meeting familia. It was about ensuring continuity. Let us imagine, then, a typical scene. A villa in the Sabine Hills. An old patrician father, wealthy but politically waning. A rising equestrian family from Rome, full of ambition. The daughter, just turned 13, quiet, poised, aware of her role. The son, 17, already being trained in rhetoric and law. They meet only briefly during the betrothal. Perhaps they exchange glances, a few words. Then they retreat. She to her tutor, or spinning wheel. He to his scrolls, while the fathers speak over wine and terms. The most important of those terms is the dowry, dos, in Latin. This wasn't a payment to buy the bride. Rather, it was a contribution from her family to the new household, a way to support the future wife and her children. It could include money, land, slaves, jewellery, or furniture. It could be large or modest, depending on the status of the bride's family. And crucially, it was not a gift, but a loan of sorts. If the marriage ended, say through divorce, the dowry was typically returned to the bride's family. Unless she was at fault, in which case things could get complicated. But let's not rush ahead. Our young couple is now promised, not yet wed. Between betrothal and wedding might lie a few months, or a few years, and during that time much would be prepared. The bride would begin her slow transformation. From daughter to matrona, she would be taught the rituals of a Roman wife, how to manage a household, how to honour the household gods, how to present herself with pudicitia, modesty, a key virtue. She might begin assembling her wedding trousseau, not just clothing, but tools of domestic life. Spinning distaffs, perhaps. Jewellery boxes, linen. She would also begin to understand, in ways whispered by mothers, nurses, and older women, the nature of her new role. It was a mix of reverence, practicality, and careful silence. Her education might be modest unless she came from a particularly progressive or elite family. Some Roman girls were taught to read and write. Some knew poetry. Fewer still mastered Greek. But above all, she was expected to know her place, a word that carried far more weight in Roman culture than it does today. To know one's place was to be safe, respected, honoured. To step out of it was dangerous. The engagement was sometimes marked by a private ritual, perhaps a small feast. Perhaps the offering of a lock of hair to the household gods, a gesture of leaving girlhood behind. No public spectacle, no announcements in the forum, just quiet understanding within the family villa, a sense of change in the air, a sense that something is being built, slowly but with intention. Occasionally, young girls might be betrothed to much older men, senators, widowers, or political allies. These matches might raise an eyebrow even in Roman society, but they were legal, so long as both were of age and the paterfamilias approved. Even Emperor Augustus used marriage as a political tool. He married off his daughter Julia to multiple powerful men, Agrippa, then Tiberius, in service of his dynastic vision. Whether Julia found happiness is another matter. But happiness, in Roman marriage, was considered a bonus, not a necessity. Still, not all Roman marriages were cold transactions. Love sometimes blossomed after marriage. Some husbands wrote tender inscriptions for their wives. Some wives, when widowed, never remarried, not from duty, but affection. Tombstones and epitaphs give us small windows into these relationships. One husband wrote, "She was my light, my home, the joy of my days." Though the gods took her, her smile remains in the warmth of the sun. Not every match was joyful, but not every one was joyless. For now, our couple remains unwed, but promised. The villa sleeps. The scroll is signed. The ring exchanged. The father satisfied. The bride's mother stands in the courtyard, watching the sky darken. Inside, the girl sits quietly, running her fingers over the iron ring. It is plain, cold, and slightly too large. She is thinking not of romance, but of preparation, of the long path ahead, of the day she will walk, not alone, but very aware, toward her husband's house. And so, the betrothal ends not with celebration, but with waiting. Waiting for omens. Waiting for dowry transfers. Waiting for the next auspicious date. Roman time moved differently. Not by clocks, but by festivals, by harvests, by births and deaths, by arrangements made in shaded atriums, by girls growing older with purpose, by families building futures, one contract at a time. Sleep now as the villa quiets, the oil lamp flickers, the scroll rests in its jar. The bride dreams of nothing in particular, but the household dreams for her. The betrothal is sealed, the wedding not yet, but it is coming, and it will arrive not with fanfare, but with ceremony and olives, and veils the colour of flame. In ancient Rome, time was not measured by clocks. It was measured by omens, by birds in the sky, by the position of the stars, by which day of the month fell after which other day, and what some long-dead augur once thought about it. You see, the Romans did not merely observe time, they negotiated with it. And nowhere was this negotiation more delicate, or more saturated in superstition, than when it came to choosing the date of a wedding. Today, one might pick a wedding day based on availability of venues, the alignment of schedules, or whether the bridesmaids can get the day off work. The ancient Roman, on the other hand, had a rather different list of concerns. Was the day sacred to Juno? Were the auspices favourable? Was it a dies nefastus, a forbidden day, on which no public or private business should be conducted? And most importantly, had someone sneezed in the atrium that morning? Because that too could cancel the whole affair. Let's start, as the Romans did, with Juno. Juno was the queen of the gods, patroness of women, childbirth, and marriage. If a wedding was to have divine blessing, Juno had to be pleased. And so weddings were ideally held during times sacred to her, most commonly in June, her month. That ancient association still survives in the modern popularity of June weddings. Though in truth, the Roman June was more about ritual than romance, and not every day in June was acceptable. Enter the Roman calendar, or more precisely, the fasti, the annotated calendar that indicated which days were fas, permissible, and which were nefas, forbidden. Days were marked with tiny letters. F, legal for civil and religious business. N, nefas, no business, religious or otherwise. C, permitted for certain legal actions. NP, sacred festival days. If this seems complicated, that's because it was. Even most Romans didn't fully understand it. They relied on priests, scribes, or superstitious aunties to tell them whether a day was safe for nuptials or an express lane to divine wrath. And then there were the kalends, nones, and ides of each month, the Roman version of beware. Weddings were generally avoided on these days, which marked the key points of the lunar month. Kalends, the first nones, usually the 5th or 7th ides, typically the 13th or 15th Y, because these were days associated with transitions between old and new, and transitions were unstable. Weddings, after all, were fragile things, and nobody wanted to stack too many transitions atop one another. But the real minefield lay in the festivals of the dead. Woe unto the Roman who tried to marry during parentalia, the festival honouring deceased ancestors in mid-February, or during Lemuria in May, when households attempted to exorcise restless spirits with black beans and midnight incantations. May, by the way, was considered deeply unlucky for weddings. Why? Because it belonged to the dead. You didn't start a new household while the spirits were still wandering, hence the old Latin saying, mense Maio malae nubent. They marry badly who marry in May, and so many Romans aim for June, sacred to Juno, clear of funerary festivals, and reasonably auspicious. But even in June, the day itself required scrutiny. You might rise on the morning of your planned wedding and look to the augurs. These were the official priests who interpreted signs, particularly the behaviour of birds. If a raven flew to the left, a bad omen. If an eagle cried 3 times overhead, excellent. If no birds appeared at all, well, better reschedule. Birds were just the beginning. A stubbed toe, a spilled amphora, a sneeze during prayer, all could cancel the wedding. The Roman world was laced with omens, some contradictory, some vague, most open to interpretation. But they mattered, because the Romans didn't believe in chance. They believed in signs. The gods spoke not in words, but in patterns, disruptions, tremors, little accidents. It was the citizens' job to listen. The ideal wedding date, therefore, was one where The calendar permitted it. No funereal rites were in progress. No ominous festival loomed. No bad dreams had been reported by family members. No utensils fell during breakfast. And no one, absolutely no one, had seen a lizard in the garden. Because lizards, you see, were tricksters. And if one crossed your threshold that morning, the marriage would be off to a dubious start. At least according to Uncle Gaius. Even after selecting a favourable day, many families held preparatory rituals to cleanse the space and the time. This might include sacrifices to Juno, libations, or consultation with a haruspeks, a diviner who read the entrails of sacrificed animals to determine if the gods approved. Imagine a perfectly planned wedding day, dependent on the appearance of a sheep's liver. If the liver had an irregular lobe, or was oddly coloured, the priest might frown and say, "Try again tomorrow." And the couple, dressed and ready, would sigh and start again. It might sound exhausting. And, well, it was. But it was also essential. Marriage was not merely a joining of two people. It was the joining of two houses, under the eye of the gods. A mistake in timing wasn't just embarrassing. It was cosmically dangerous. Bad luck wasn't taken lightly in Rome. It was seen as a symptom of divine disapproval, a warning from Jupiter or Juno, or the spirits of disgruntled ancestors. In some cases, a previously chosen day had to be cancelled because of unexpected bad omens. The auspices might have changed. Perhaps a thunderclap occurred during a sacrifice, or a slave had a fit in the night, or someone in the extended family had a tooth fall out. There were even cases where weddings were delayed because a mouse squeaked at an inconvenient moment. Yes, mice had oracular reputations in some quarters. It's best not to ask. All of this made Roman weddings highly flexible in practice. You might plan one for a lovely June afternoon, and marry 3 weeks later in the heat of July, after the omens finally behaved. And when the day did arrive, there were often precautionary measures taken. Charms pinned inside the bride's tunic, salt scattered at thresholds, prayers whispered to household laras and penates, a small phallic charm or bulla for protection against the evil eye. Because even on the right day, misfortune could sneak in through the back door, or so the Romans believed. Some Roman brides carried symbolic objects on the day of their wedding to ward off misfortune. A spindle and distaff, symbols of domesticity, to reassure the gods that she would be a good wife. A small coin, offered to the household lares of her new home. And, more controversially, a wolf's tooth, said to protect against infertility and wandering husbands. That last one, of course, is speculative, but we wouldn't put it past them. And even after all this, the date chosen, the signs interpreted, the omens satisfied, the marriage could still be challenged if someone claimed the auspices had been misread. There were cases, rare but real, where rivals attempted to invalidate a wedding on the basis of improperly observed rituals, which may sound dramatic, until you remember Roman inheritance law. A small misstep in the calendar could unravel an entire legacy. And so, the stakes were high. Selecting a wedding date was not a detail. It was a religious event, a matter of family honour, cosmic favour, and long-term fortune. One could not simply rush in. In the end, the most successful wedding dates were those that honoured Juno, respected the spirits, navigated the bureaucratic maze of the Roman calendar, and, perhaps most importantly, avoided Mondays. That last bit may not be historical, but one imagines it was a quiet consensus. So, let us step back now. The bride waits in her room, the household bustles, the father counts coins and rechecks dates on a wax tablet. A priest murmurs over the sacrificial remains of a goose, and a young boy is sent to climb the roof and look for birds, just in case. The wedding is nearly here, if the gods are willing, if the birds approve, If the sheep's liver cooperates, and if no one sneezes before breakfast. In the hush of early morning, before the household has fully woken, a girl sits on the edge of her low bed, barefoot on cold mosaic tiles. It is the day of her wedding, but not quite yet. First comes the transformation. For in ancient Rome, a bride was not simply dressed, she was made into a wife, made into a matrona, made into a living symbol of tradition, virtue, and domesticity. And the process was, like all things Roman, thorough. Let us begin with the hair. You might imagine some grand curling arrangement with fragrant oils and braids wound like vines. You would be right. And yet, what seems like fashion is really ritual. The bride's hair was arranged in a style known as the senicrines, 6 long braids parted with a spearhead. Yes, a spearhead. Not out of aggression, though the symbolism is sharp enough, but because it echoed the ancient days when marriage and warfare were more closely acquainted than anyone cared to admit. The spear symbolized the old Roman virtue of conquest, though in this case the conquest was symbolic. The girl leaving her father's home to enter her husband's. It also hinted at the protective, almost sacred seriousness of the marriage union. A reminder, this is not flirtation. This is legacy. The 6 braids themselves weren't randomly chosen. They mirrored the hairstyles of the Vestal Virgins, the priestesses who kept Rome's eternal flame. And so, even on her wedding day, especially on her wedding day, a Roman bride visually linked herself to the most chaste, most venerated women in the state. Not that she was expected to remain a virgin after today, quite the opposite, but the echo of purity, of sacred femininity, was an important gesture. The woman responsible for the hairstyle was no ordinary maid. Traditionally, it had to be a matron, a married woman still in her first marriage. Ideally someone with a reputation for fertility and domestic virtue. The idea being that her good fortune, like her fingers, might somehow be transferred to the bride. Every tug of the braid, every pin placed, carried meaning. This was not about beauty alone, this was about blessing. Next came the dress, or more properly, the tunica recta. It was a simple, undyed, ankle-length tunic made of wool. Yes, wool, not silk, not fine linen, something humble. Even aristocratic brides, swathed in luxury on other occasions, wore this modest garment on their wedding day. It was tied with a special belt, the cingulum, knotted in what was known as the nodus herculaneus, the knot of Hercules. The knot was notoriously difficult to untie, and it was the groom's job to do so later that evening. This was not subtle. The knot symbolized fertility, strength, and the marriage bond. And if Hercules could wrestle lions, surely he could manage a bit of symbolism in bed. Over the tunic came the veil, the most distinctive, most dramatic piece of the bridal costume. It was called the flammeum. The name means flame-coloured, and that's no exaggeration. The veil was a vivid orange-red, the colour of fire, of life, of the hearth. It covered the bride's entire head and shoulders, cascading down like molten sunset. This was not a bashful accessory. It declared loudly and symbolically that the woman beneath it was no longer a girl. She was now dedicated to domestic fire, to her husband's hearth, to Vesta, the goddess of home and family. The veil also served to separate the bride from the everyday world. She was veiled like a priestess. She had crossed a threshold and could not return unchanged. The flammeum was fastened with woolen bands, again tying her to the domestic arts and the virtue of simplicity. Wool was Rome's textile of virtue, honest, homespun, industrious. A bride wrapped in wool was a bride ready to spin, to manage, to nurture, at least in theory. On her feet she wore yellow sandals, also bound with wool. Yellow, or saffron, was associated with joy, light, and the sun. and it made for a cheerful contrast to the otherwise pale, serious palette of the rest of the outfit. If nothing else, they were easier to spot if she tried to bolt. Not that she would, probably. As the bride was dressed, women gathered, female relatives, old nursemaids, family friends, slaves with busy hands and knowing glances. They brought gifts, not bridal showers in the modern sense, but small tokens, charms, embroidered cloths, coins and amulets, and advice, so much advice, on how to please a husband, how to avoid making enemies of in-laws, how to run a household without appearing to run it, how to speak little and listen much. All delivered in the sort of whispers that begin with, "Now don't tell your father I said this." Perfume was applied last, not to overwhelm, but to anoint. The Romans favoured light floral oils, rose, myrrh, perhaps a hint of cinnamon. The scent was not merely to attract, but to signal purity. Smell, like sight and touch, was a language of symbolism. The bride had been bathed, anointed, veiled, and braided. She had been transformed. There was a brief ceremony before she left her father's house. A farewell of sorts. She would dedicate her childhood toys, dolls, ribbons, or trinkets, to the household gods, to Lares, Penates, and sometimes to Venus, asking for protection in her new life. This moment, quiet and often private, marked the official end of girlhood. Even for wealthy girls who'd never actually played with such toys, symbolic offerings were expected. No room for sentiment here. Even farewells were scheduled. The bride might weep. That was allowed, even expected. It was a bittersweet parting, not just from family, but from identity. She would soon be someone's wife. She would soon belong to another house. And so, the tears were not always sorrowful. They were ritualized. A nod to the gravity of what was being left behind. As the hour approached, slaves rushed to prepare. Torches were lit, the litter brought forward, or, if humble means required it, a cart. The wedding procession would begin soon. But for now, the bride stood still, a flame-coloured veil over her head, her hair in sacred braids, a woolen knot above her womb, the scent of rose oil in the air. All around her, murmurs, cloth rustling, sandals on tile. We might imagine a heartbeat, quick, uncertain, not entirely unlike that of a girl about to go on stage. Because in truth, this was a performance, a highly regulated, highly symbolic act of social theatre. The costume was the script, the rituals, the choreography, and the bride, however she felt, was both participant and symbol. She was herself, and every Roman bride before her. There is beauty in such ritual, and perhaps a kind of comfort, in knowing that each braid, each thread of wool, each drop of perfume had been worn by countless others, that the path ahead, uncertain though it felt, had been walked many times before, that one did not enter marriage alone, but surrounded by ancestors, their echoes carried in fabric and form. And yet, for all the tradition, each bride was also unique. Each had her own fears, her own hopes, her own way of smoothing the veil, of glancing at the door, of stepping forward. The rituals may have been ancient, but the girl beneath the veil, she was always new. Sleep now, as the bride is led to the atrium, as the women murmur behind her, as the orange veil flutters in the lamplight. Tomorrow she will cross a threshold. Tonight she is between worlds, part daughter, part wife, fully Roman. The morning air is still. A faint scent of rosemary clings to the courtyard, not for ornament, but for purification. In a shallow bronze brazier, coals glow beneath powdered laurel and crumbled incense. Smoke curls upward in slow, deliberate spirals. Somewhere beyond the colonnade, a chicken clucks once, then falls silent. Not every guest today will leave unscathed. It is the morning of a Roman wedding, and before there is a feast, before there is laughter, Before the veils and the vows and the procession through torchlit streets, there must first be sacrifice. No rite in ancient Rome was complete without it. To marry without sacrifice would be like building a house without a foundation. The gods had to be acknowledged, properly, fully, and with the appropriate mixture of respect, fear, and blood. The gods, after all, were not spectators. They were participants. Juno, Queen of Heaven and patroness of marriage, was the chief recipient of the day's offerings. But she was far from alone. Vesta, the eternal half, was invoked to protect the new household. Ceres, bringer of fertility, was courted with murmured prayers. Tellus, the Earth Mother. Venus, if affection was hoped for. Even lesser deities like Fortuna, Virginalis, and Concordia might be quietly acknowledged. One could never be too thorough. The rituals began before the first rays of sunlight pierced the tiled rooftops. A priest, or in wealthy households a pontifex, prepared the space. The victimarius, the priest's assistant, ensured the sacrificial animal was healthy and placid. A lamb, perhaps, a small pig, occasionally a chicken. The creature was garlanded with woolen bands, washed and given a taste of wine. It had to be calm. An agitated animal might be read as a sign of divine displeasure. The bride and groom did not conduct the sacrifice themselves. That would be unseemly. Instead, they stood beside their family elders, solemn and still, as the ritual unfolded before them. For a confarreatio wedding, the oldest and most formal type, usually reserved for patricians, the Pontifex Maximus and Flamindialis, High Priest of Jupiter, might preside. It was, after all, a state ritual. But for most, a family priest sufficed. The prayers began in whispers. The names of the gods were spoken aloud, each accompanied by small offerings. Morsels of salted spelt bread, flicks of oil, and unwatered wine poured slowly into the flames. The priest, eyes lowered, moved with practiced deliberation. Every motion had meaning. Every utterance had precedent. Nothing was improvised. Then came the moment. The animal, standing docile with a garland around its neck, received the final blessing. A final libation of wine was dripped onto its brow. A hushed silence settled over the space, and with a swift, practiced movement, the knife fell. If the animal bellowed, it was a bad omen. But if it died quietly, a clean cut, a clear flow of blood, the ritual could proceed. The corpse was laid open. The haruspex, the specialist in entrails, stepped forward. He examined the liver first, then the heart and other organs. Symmetry was good. Swelling was suspect. A missing lobe or blemish might require a second sacrifice. The gods had standards. Assuming the signs were favourable, and one hoped they were, the liver and other extra were placed on the fire as an offering. The rest of the animal might be roasted and shared later during the wedding feast, but this portion was for the divine alone. The smoke curled upward, carrying the scent skyward, while the priest recited a final blessing. Then the human portion of the ceremony resumed. The bride, veiled in flame-coloured fabric, might make her own quiet offering. A coin to the household Lares, a strand of hair to Juno Lucina, protector of childbirth. She had, only moments ago, been a daughter. Now she stood between two worlds, no longer of her father's house, not yet fully of her husband's. The gods recognized transitions. They watched them closely, and they had to be invited to bless them. Some rituals were old, nearly forgotten. The bride might offer her childhood toys, dolls, spinning wheels, trinkets, at the family shrine. A symbolic shedding of girlhood, an act of farewell. The past had to be honoured before it could be left behind. Elsewhere in the house, the women whispered among themselves. The servants tidied the ashes. The incense was refreshed. A dish of mola salsa, sacred salted flour, was passed hand to hand. Prepared by a matron or purchased from the Vestal virgins, it was used to purify the offering. Even the flames needed sanctifying. Outside, a slave boy ran an errand. A musician tuned his lyre. A relative muttered that the liver looked strange after all. But the priest, calm and unmoved, pronounced the omen sufficient. The marriage could proceed. Roman religion was contractual. You gave to the gods, and in return, you asked, not begged, for favour. It was a relationship based on mutual obligation. Rituals were not expressions of personal devotion. They were legal, binding, formal. They had to be done, and done correctly. This gave Roman weddings their peculiar mixture of intimacy and formality. The setting was domestic. The stakes were cosmic. To forget a libation or skip a line of prayer was not a personal failing. It was a ritual error, one that might ripple forward into the marriage itself. A barren womb, a discordant household, a premature death. Superstition? Perhaps. But what Roman would take that chance? The omens didn't end with the sacrifice. Days before the wedding, augurs might have been consulted. The flight of birds, the direction of thunder. A raven perched in the wrong place could delay the ceremony. An eagle soaring overhead might be seen as divine applause. Even on the morning itself, small occurrences could be interpreted. A cracked plate, a sudden gust, a dog howling. It was a delicate balance. One foot in the world of men, the other in the realm of gods. When the rituals concluded, there was a moment of pause. Not celebration, not yet, just stillness. As if all present were waiting for an invisible nod. A recognition that the gods had eaten, had heard, and, most importantly, had accepted. Then the practical matters resumed. The bride was helped to her feet. The sacrificial implements were removed. The veil was adjusted. And the household began to prepare for the next stage of the day, the procession. But the sacrifice lingered. The smell of blood had faded, but the impression remained. The gods had watched. Their presence was felt not in thunder or vision, but in the curling smoke, the gleam of oil on the altar, the silence that had settled over the courtyard like a shroud. It was the silence of approval. In some traditions, the bride would now light a small torch from the family hearth and carry it to her new home. It symbolized the transfer of sacred fire from her father's house to her husband's. The flame of Vesta passed hand to hand. It was not just a gesture. It was an act of continuity. The hearth, in Roman thought, was the centre of life. To carry its flame was to carry history, memory, hope. The gods had been fed. The signs had been read. The moment was sealed. And so, the household stirred. The next chapter awaited. But the priest remained a moment longer. He scattered a final pinch of salt into the brazier, murmured a closing prayer, and then stepped back. His robes smelled of wine, ash, and something older. The scent of ritual itself. The bride, for her part, was silent. Beneath her veil she did not speak. There was nothing to say. Words today belonged to the gods. She had been seen by them, acknowledged, perhaps even approved. Tomorrow would bring the procession, the feast, the singing of songs, the teasing of guests. But tonight was still sacred. The courtyard darkened as the sun moved across the sky. The coals in the brazier burned low. The scent of laurel was faint now. A servant collected the last of the offerings. Someone laughed, quietly, respectfully, in a far corner of the house. And the gods, no doubt, withdrew, not angry, not offended, just satisfied. The rites had been performed. The meat had been shared. The signs, for now, were good. And so the marriage could begin. Not with thunder, but with stillness. And with smoke. The household is stirring. You can hear it in the footsteps, quick, purposeful, echoing off the cool stone, in the rustling of tunics, in the murmur of prayers, in the soft groan of furniture being shifted just so. This is not ordinary bustle. It is ceremonial, measured, a performance, not for the gods now, but for the eyes of the living. Because the moment has come, the marriage is about to be made official. Now, it's worth noting that ancient Roman weddings were not conducted by priests or sanctioned with church bells. There were no formal I-do's, no wedding certificates signed in front of a magistrate. No, in Rome, a marriage became legal and binding through a set of simple but deeply symbolic gestures, done publicly and with the appropriate ritual flavour. Let's imagine the scene. The atrium of the bride's family home has been cleared. Garlands of greenery, laurel and myrtle, sacred to Venus, decorate the columns. A few oil lamps have been lit, their flames flickering in the mid-afternoon light. The air smells faintly of warm wax, wine, and the lingering ash of earlier sacrifices. The guests, family, friends, neighbours, and clients, stand around the edges. They murmur to one another, not too loudly. The bride is waiting, standing just inside the doorway, saffron-veiled and still. She does not speak. Her mother adjusts the fall of her tunic. An aunt fusses with the veil. A younger sister stares, wide-eyed, trying to imagine herself in the same place, some distant day. Enter the groom. He has arrived with his entourage, friends, male relatives, perhaps a gruff uncle with opinions on everything. He does not wear armour or a toga with purple stripes. Instead, he is dressed simply, a plain white toga, freshly laundered and folded just so. Respectable. Unadorned. Presentable to both family and gods. He steps into the atrium and stops. Silence. The moment lingers. And then, movement. The bride is led forward by her guardian, typically her father, though sometimes another male relative if her father is deceased or unavailable. This moment is formal. It is the traditio in manum, the ritual transfer of the hand. Not unlike walking someone down the aisle, but with deeper legal implications. The father, or guardian, places the bride's hand into that of the groom, a literal handover. She passes, in that moment, from the authority of her paterfamilias, her father, to that of her husband. It is both touching and rather contractual. The Romans, ever fond of property law, knew exactly what was happening. Now the couple stands together. No podium. No officiant. Just man and woman, face to face, in full view of witnesses. Here comes the most memorable part. Ubi tu Gaius, ego Gaia. Where you are, Gaius, I am Gaia. This simple vow, spoken by the bride, is the closest thing to a formal marital declaration in ancient Rome. It's not long, it's not poetic, but it is symbolic. Gaius and Gaia are placeholder names, like John and Jane Doe. The point is not identity, but unity. Where he is, she is. They are now a single household. There might be an exchange of gifts, rings, yes, though not always. Roman brides sometimes received an annulus pronubus, a simple iron ring worn on the third finger of the left hand. Why that finger? Because the Romans believed it contained a vein that led directly to the heart, the vena amoris. Of course, the vein doesn't exist, but it's a charming thought, and one that somehow endured. Other gifts might include coins a key to the husband's home, a spindle symbolising her domestic role, or even a small statue of Venus or Juno, depending on family tradition. These were not so much presents as tokens, gestures to mark the moment, a private contract becoming public. Once the hand had been given, the vow spoken, and the gifts exchanged, the marriage was considered valid, at least in the case of usus or confariatio, the two main forms of Roman marriage. Let's quickly explain. Usus was the simplest form, a marriage by habit. If a couple lived together for a year without interruption, especially without the bride staying away for 3 nights, they were considered married. But many formal weddings opted for the more traditional and sacred form, confariatio, An archaic patrician rite involving the sharing of a spelt cake, or panis phareos. Ah yes, the cake, but not the frosted, tiered variety. This was a rustic flatbread, made of spelt and salt, blessed and broken in the presence of witnesses. The couple touched it together, or even tasted it in some variations. It was humble, sacred, and rather dry, one imagines. The confarreatio rite was only available to citizens born of 2 Roman parents and was mostly reserved for the elite. Its significance went beyond the couple. It affected children's inheritance rights, their eligibility for priesthoods, and the legal status of future property. A bureaucrat's dream, really. After the central gestures, the hand clasp, the vow, the spelt cake, came the blessings. Elders stepped forward to offer their good wishes, not loudly, not with whooping or applause, but with soft, formal Latin phrases, feliciter, with happiness, concordia sit vobiscum, may harmony be with you. The atmosphere was not so much celebratory as solemnly joyful. One did not get married in Rome with balloons. One got married with gravitas. Once the formalities were completed, the bride might return briefly to her family quarters. Here she would be veiled again, checked over one last time by her attendants, and prepared for the next great step, the procession to her husband's house. But we'll save that walk for the next chapter. Let's stay for a while in this moment of stillness. The marriage is made. The household gods have been honoured. The spelt cake, such as it was, has been consumed or crumbled. The bride and groom have shared hands, glances, perhaps a quiet word or two. And the guests, they relax a little. Wine is passed, bread and olives, maybe a bit of cheese. Children chase one another among the pillars. An uncle tells a questionable joke. The bride's mother wipes her eyes with the corner of her tunic. It is not so different from now, is it? And yet, it is. Because behind every gesture lies centuries of tradition. Because this ceremony is not about romance in the modern sense. It is about continuity, about family, about property, duty, and the sacred rhythm of Roman life. Marriage was not for pleasure, though pleasure was not excluded. Marriage was for order, for reproducing society in the eyes of gods and men. There are no bouquets, no music, no white lace, but there is firelight, there is saffron and salt, there is the flicker of old gods in small altars, and there is the sense, deep and quiet, that something has been sealed. Now we can imagine the bride looking once more to her mother, to her father, to the people who knew her as a child, the nurse who rocked her, the cousin who shared her games, the servant who once plaited her doll's hair. They all watch. Some with pride, some with worry, some with envy, and some with nothing more than the comfort of witnessing life repeat itself. There's a pause, and then the signal is given. The bride's sandals are fastened, the veil adjusted, the flute players gathered. It is time for the deductio, the ceremonial journey to her husband's home. But that is another chapter. For now, we leave the newly married pair just as they are. She, veiled, silent, composed. He, a little stiff perhaps, but conscious of his role. They are not yet lovers, not yet parents, but they are something new. 2 parts of a Roman household. Sanctioned, witnessed, bound. Sleep now as the atrium quiets again, as the guests refill their cups and the smoke curls from the last of the lamps. The ceremony is complete, the vows spoken, the bread broken, and the gods, for now, seem satisfied. It is late afternoon in Rome. The sun, once sharp and proud above the tiled rooftops, now softens into amber. Shadows stretch along the streets, and the warm air carries the scent of dust, pressed flowers, and lightly spiced wine. Somewhere nearby, a lyre begins to play, slow and tentative, as though even the strings know they are part of something solemn. It is time for the deductio. The ceremonial procession from the bride's house to her husband's is about to begin, and all of Rome, it seems, knows it. The deductio in domum mariti, as the Romans called it, was the final public act of the wedding, a symbolic journey. Not long in distance, often just a few streets away, but monumental in meaning. This was the threshold crossing, the true moment when the bride left her childhood behind and entered her husband's world. Not just physically, but ritually, socially, and cosmically. Let's set the scene. The bride has emerged from her father's atrium, veiled in flammeum, that unmistakable orange-red covering of marriage. Her tunic is bound with the nodus herculaneus, the complex, almost performative knot that only her husband is allowed to untie later. She is not alone. Leading the procession are torchbearers, usually young boys or slaves, holding bundles of reeds and pine to light the way. Yes, even by daylight. For the torches do not only illuminate the street, they symbolize the light of the hearth, the flame of Vesta, goddess of home. Wherever the bride walks, she brings the fire of a new beginning. Behind her walk the flute players, often a double aulos, that reedy, piercing twin-pipe instrument that once played at sacrifices and triumphs. The sound is sharp, nasal, not at all romantic by modern standards, but it was believed to ward off evil spirits and to distract any malevolent forces lurking in doorways or drain pipes. No one wanted a sulking ghost disrupting the new marriage. Then come the singers, mostly young boys, known for their high, clear voices. They sang the Hymenaeus, traditional wedding songs calling on Hymen, the god of marriage. The verses could be formal and grand, or rather cheeky depending on the company. It was not uncommon for the singers to poke fun at the groom. A line about his looks, a joke about his feet, a little jibe at how long he'd waited for this night. All in good fun, of course. And perhaps, just perhaps, to deflate the solemnity enough to keep people breathing. And then, at the heart of it all, the bride. She does not walk alone. By tradition, she is flanked by 3 boys, each born of 2 living parents. A curious little detail that Romans insisted brought good luck. These boys may hold her hand, or walk before her. Their presence is not just decorative, but symbolic. A wish for fruitfulness, for healthy children, for unbroken families. The bride, in her saffron shoes, walks slowly. Her gaze is lowered. She is the centre of attention, and yet not quite herself anymore. A woman in transformation. The groom, by contrast, does not walk beside her. He waits at his house, receiving guests, preparing to welcome his new wife. His door is decorated with garlands. Perhaps a small altar has been lit. A slave dusts off a couch with visible panic. Even he feels it. Something important is coming. Back in the street, the procession moves through narrow lanes and uneven paving stones. Neighbours peek from their windows. Children follow behind, giggling. Vendors pause their trade. This is not just a family event. It is a civic performance. A signal that a new Roman household is being formed. The smallest unit of the Republic, the seed of future senators, citizens, soldiers. And so, the bride becomes a symbol, briefly, for everyone. Sometimes she might scatter small coins or nuts to the children along the way. A symbol of letting go of childhood, and an offering of joy. The nuts, often chestnuts or filberts, were associated with fertility. The children, of course, associated them with snacks. Everyone wins. A curious detail now. Just before arriving at her husband's house, the bride would sometimes be lifted over the threshold. Not for romance, but for religion. Stepping on the threshold was considered unlucky. It was symbolically the line between old and new, between life and death, between safety and the unknown. To stumble or hesitate would be a bad omen. Better to be carried, by her new husband, by relatives, even by the boys who escorted her. She must not look back, only forward. Upon entry, The bride would touch fire and water, often presented in bowls. These elemental symbols were rich with meaning. Fire for the hearth, for warmth, for life. Water for cleansing, renewal, continuity. By touching both, she accepted her role as keeper of the home and participant in its mysteries. She was no longer a daughter, nor quite yet a matron, but she was becoming one. The household gods, Lares, Penates, and sometimes a small figure of Vesta, were introduced to her. She may have bowed or touched the altar. She was now one of the family, bound not just to her husband, but to the spirits of the household. These were not distant gods. These were gods in the kitchen corner, the gods of flour and bread, of shoes and locks and laundry. In other words, serious gods. Guests would slowly follow inside. There might be a simple meal. There might be singing. There might be more wine than anyone intended. It depended on the status of the family and their willingness to spend. But even the humblest Roman tried to mark this moment with some kind of feast. To fail to do so would invite whispers, and no one wanted to be whispered about in Rome. One custom that lingered at the threshold was the cry of Talasio. This was shouted by male relatives and friends, sometimes in jest, sometimes in sheer tradition. The origin is murky, perhaps from an old kidnapping tale, perhaps from a forgotten hero's name. But by shouting it, the men declared the bride's purity, her suitability, her arrival. It was part cheer, part declaration. A Roman version of saying, "She is his now, and it's all proper." Another tradition, both sweet and awkward, was the presentation of the keys. The bride would be handed the keys to the house, symbolizing her new responsibility. She might be in charge of the pantry, the stores, the slaves, the accounts. In other words, all the things that made the house run, smoothly or otherwise. This small gesture had legal weight. She was no mere guest. She was domina, mistress of the home. Now let's consider what didn't happen. There were no kisses at the altar, no throwing of bouquets, no emotional speeches from the father of the bride. The Romans, for all their passions, kept the public face of marriage controlled. Emotion was acceptable, even expected, in private. But in front of others? Decorum first. Even the bride's tears, if they appeared, were part of the ritual, a sign of letting go, not weakness. As night approached, the lamps would be lit. Some households would send away the guests after the meal. Others might linger, with music, wine, and gentle laughter. But eventually, the bride and groom were left alone, or nearly alone. In wealthier houses, a witness might remain just outside, to confirm the marriage had been consummated. Legal, yes. Romantic, not especially. But again, Roman marriage was about order, about legacy, about the rhythm of household and state. And so, the procession, which had begun with music and flame, ended with silence. The city outside returned to its usual clamour, but inside, a new household had begun. A woman now tended a hearth she had never lit before. A man now sat beside someone who, that morning, had been a stranger-in-law. The gods had watched. The neighbours had watched. And now, it was time to sleep. Sleep too, dear listener. Let the torchlight flicker behind your eyes. Let the sound of flutes drift away. Let the saffron veil settle. The bride has crossed the threshold. The groom has opened the door. The world has turned, and Rome continues. Quietly, ritually, in sandals and shadow and soft orange flame. The lamps are dim now. The house murmurs with the soft hush of night settling in. The air still scented with wine, pine smoke, and something faintly metallic. Perhaps from the bronze oil dishes, or a recently extinguished torch. Outside, the final guests shuffle off into the evening, their sandals clicking against the paving stones like the last ticks of a clock winding down. Inside, laughter softens to whispers, and even the most talkative uncle begins to realise that the time for commentary has passed. The ceremony is over. The procession is complete. Now comes what the Romans, with their typically blunt practicality, considered the most crucial phase of the marriage: the consummation. A Roman wedding was not truly considered complete, legally or socially, until it had been sealed not just with hands or vows, but with bodies. The wedding night was not a luxury or a honeymoon. It was the ceremonial hinge between ritual and reality. This was the moment of union. In the stillness that followed the day's procession, the bride and groom were finally left alone, or as alone as Roman architecture ever allowed. Let us imagine the setting: a modest cubiculum, or bedroom, tucked to the side of the peristyle courtyard. The bed, lectus geniolis, has been freshly arranged. Garlands hang above it, woven earlier in the day with flowers and herbs. Myrtle for love, rosemary for remembrance, and perhaps a sprig of verbena to keep misfortune at bay. Candles flicker. A thin sheet rustles in the faint summer breeze, and just beyond the wooden door, the rest of the household hovers, not watching, but aware. Privacy in Roman homes was a relative concept. Walls were thin. Curtains were more common than doors. And in wealthier houses, slaves came and went with quiet regularity, serving wine, adjusting oil lamps, observing with the sort of professional discretion cultivated through long practice. So while the bride and groom were left to themselves, they were also in a way performing adulthood, performing legitimacy, performing the vital civic task of reproduction. But let us not assume this was always cold or transactional. There may have been nervous laughter, fumbled gestures, a shared cup of wine sipped without words. Perhaps the groom offered a small gift, a bracelet, or a coin from his childhood kept for just this moment. Perhaps he said nothing at all. The bride, having walked all afternoon, is exhausted. The veil is removed, perhaps by him, perhaps earlier by attendants. Her hair, once meticulously arranged, now feels heavy. Pins are loosened. Her saffron slippers lie quietly beside the bed, and the nodus herculaneus, the sacred knot of her tunic, tied so carefully that morning, is finally undone, a gesture rich in meaning. Only the husband could untie it, not a slave, not a friend, only he. It was a physical claim, yes, but also a legal and religious one. The Romans believed in symbols over sentiment. So while the newlyweds may have been strangers in personality and uncertain in chemistry, the acts they performed that night were layered with generations of meaning. Even silence was part of the script. The bed itself, the lectus geniolis, was considered sacred. It was not simply a place to sleep. It was a symbol of marriage, of shared household and future children. In fact, every Roman home was supposed to have one, even if no one slept in it, as a kind of household altar to marital unity. On the wedding night, however, it would be used in earnest. There may have been modesty. There may have been awkwardness. But there was also expectation. The marriage must be consummated, because Roman law, and more importantly Roman gossip, demanded it. If the couple failed to sleep together, the marriage might be considered invalid. Or worse, suspicious. Did she refuse him? Was he incapable? Whispers could arise from the faintest absence of noise. So, many couples went to bed that first night under a kind of quiet pressure, not from one another, but from the weight of custom itself. For noble families, consummation also had implications for inheritance. A marriage that produced no children was a civic failure, especially in the Augustan era, when Emperor Augustus passed a series of laws encouraging, even enforcing, procreation among the elite. Rewards were given for large families, penalties for remaining childless. One can imagine that such policies didn't exactly inspire tender romance, but they did remind couples that love, in Rome, was less about passion and more about posterity. And what of the bride's feelings? Well, that depends. Some Roman writers, like Pliny the Younger, wrote tenderly of their wives. Others, like Catullus or Martial, were more bawdy or cynical. But the average bride, especially in traditional families, would be young, sometimes only in her early teens. The groom might be significantly older. Thus, the wedding night could range from sweet and ceremonial to awkward and tense, to downright terrifying. No one wrote poems about that part, or if they did, they were discreetly lost. Still, there were protections, at least in theory. Roman custom frowned upon brutality on the first night. A husband was expected to be measured, not gentle exactly, but respectful of his wife's newness to the experience. And while marriages were arranged, there was still room for affection to grow in time. It was not unheard of for couples to come to love each other, gradually, unexpectedly, in the small details of shared meals and candlelit evenings. But tonight was the first test of that possibility. And what then did the rest of the household do? They waited. Some slaves might sleep in nearby rooms, listening discreetly. Others might remain awake until sounds, or silence, confirmed the deed. In certain households, a relative or friend remained just beyond the curtain, tasked with witnessing the completion of the union, not visually, but by being present and available to swear it had occurred. This too was a legal matter. The Romans left little to assumption. The next morning, tokens might be displayed, a spot of blood on a cloth, or other evidence of consummation. Though we should be cautious with that image, it was more common in literary fantasy than strict routine. But still, some mothers-in-law may have hoped for such proof. There's always someone who wants confirmation. For the bride, waking in a new home brought a mix of feelings. Relief, perhaps? Nervousness? A sense of dislocation? She was now a matrona, a Roman wife, and expected to conduct herself with dignitas, pudicitia, and gravitas. In other words, dignity, modesty, and seriousness. Gone were the freedoms of girlhood. Gone were the games, the jokes, the moments of irreverence. She now belonged to her husband's household, his gods, and his ambitions. But if the marriage was kind, if the husband was thoughtful, if the servants were discreet, then the wedding night might settle into something gentle, a beginning. One of many beginnings in a Roman woman's life. The next day, the household resumed its rhythms. Slaves swept the courtyard. A neighbour stopped by to congratulate. A priest might drop in to bless the hearth with a final pinch of salt and barley. Life moved on. The wedding, for all its grandeur, had lasted a single day. But the marriage would last a lifetime. Or until political necessity dictated otherwise. Divorce in Rome was common, not shameful, just inconvenient. A marriage might end due to infertility, infidelity, or boredom, but most endured. Not out of passion, necessarily, but out of duty, because to be married was to be Roman, to contribute, to manage a home, to raise sons and teach daughters and honour the ancestors. And so, that first night, dimly lit, nervously quiet, was not just an intimate moment between two people. It was a rite of passage for them and for their families. It was the final stone in a carefully laid road, beginning with betrothal and ending in shared sleep. It was not always poetic, not always comfortable, but it was always significant. Sleep now, as the candles burn low, as the bride shifts beneath her sheet, no longer veiled, no longer led by the hand, as the groom breathes beside her, perhaps already asleep, perhaps counting the soft creaks of the house around them. Sleep, too, as the gods retreat from view, their work done for now. A marriage has begun. The veil has been lifted, the knot undone, the hearth lit anew. The first light of dawn begins to slip through the lattice of wooden shutters. It does not announce itself with urgency. It arrives slowly, as if tiptoeing into the quiet. The household stirs. From somewhere beyond the peristyle, a cockerel lets out a disgruntled squawk, disturbed by its own sense of duty. A servant begins sweeping the stone floor in a rhythm as old as the domus itself. The marriage, now consummated, has shifted from a matter of ceremony to a matter of structure. This is no longer the bride's wedding day. It is her first day as a Roman wife. Her new role, in essence, has already begun. In the silence that follows the rituals and revels of the day before, she awakens not as a guest in a house, but as its mistress, the domina, the woman of the household. She may not know where the keys are yet. She may not recognize all the faces, but socially, legally, and religiously, she belongs here now. Let us return to the bedchamber, the cubiculum. There is a coolness in the air, not of temperature, but of transition. The candles have long since burned down. The garlands above the bed have wilted just slightly. She rises quietly, her body unfamiliar with this new rhythm. Perhaps her limbs ache from the long walk the day before. Perhaps her mind races through expectations, instructions, warnings whispered by aunts and mothers and cousins. The groom may still be asleep, or, if he's particularly Roman, he has already begun his day, perhaps reviewing household accounts, speaking with clients in the atrium, or reading Virgil for the 100th time. In either case, she is alone now. And the rituals of the morning after begin. The first, of course, is the morning offering. As part of her new role in the household, the bride, now a wife, must present herself at the lararium, the small household shrine to the Lars and Penates, the domestic gods. She lights a bit of incense, places a small cake or morsel of bread before them, perhaps murmurs a prayer, or simply bows her head in silent respect. This is a declaration of presence. She is now part of the household, and she acknowledges the spirits who govern it. The gods, presumably, nod in approval. Next comes the greeting of the staff. Yes, there are slaves, the backbone of Roman domestic life, and constant silent observers to the rhythms of the family. Depending on the size of the household, she may now be in command of 5, 15, or 50 people. Cooks, maids, stewards, pedagogues, nurses, even a litter bearer or two. They wait quietly in their stations, perhaps curious about the new domina. Her posture, her tone, the way she arranges her veil, all will be noted. Not judged aloud, of course, but assessed. This is Rome. Appearances are everything. Now, let's speak of gifts. The day after the wedding, it was common for both families, and even close friends, to present matronalia gifts to the bride. These might include jewellery to display the wealth and taste of the household, toiletries such as perfumed oils, ivory combs, and mirrors made of polished bronze, domestic tools like fine spindles for spinning wool, not the most exciting gift, but a symbolic one, statues of deities, particularly Juno, goddess of marriage and childbirth. These offerings were not just tokens of goodwill, they were reminders that the bride was now a matrona, a figure of virtue and dignity, expected to manage the home and uphold the family's reputation. There may be a small breakfast or iantaculum consisting of simple fare, bread, honey, cheese, perhaps some olives. The bride may take her meal quietly, still adjusting to her surroundings. She eats not as a child at her father's table, but as the woman of the house. Eyes glance her way. A servant offers a pitcher of watered wine. There is no need to speak much. Meanwhile, the groom has duties of his own. Though Roman men were not expected to oversee domestic tasks, they were responsible for patria potestas, the legal authority over the household. He must introduce his new wife to the household routine. He may point out the storage room, the granary, the kitchen. He may, in a particularly well-rehearsed speech, explain which slaves do what, and how the household expenses are tracked. She listens, of course. Whether she follows his methods precisely, that may depend. Roman women were known for their subtle skill in running things quietly their own way. Now let us step briefly outside to the atrium. Here, the bride is introduced to her husband's clients, the men who visit him each morning to pay respects, ask favours or offer loyalty. She may not speak to them directly, but her presence matters. She is assessed, admired, rumoured about later perhaps in the forum. A new wife reflects the household's order. Her manner and modesty reflect the groom's judgment. There is no handshake, but there is observation. One particularly charming or troubling tradition involved the inspection of her domestic skills. This was not a formal test, but a series of gestures. She might be shown the wool room, where looms and baskets of carded fleece wait. Spinning wool in Roman society was a symbol of ideal womanhood, productive, patient, virtuous. Even Livia, the wife of Emperor Augustus, was said to spin her husband's tunics by hand. Of course, whether she did so personally or via a slave is a matter we leave to the historians. If the new bride could spin wool herself, it was considered a fine sign. If she could supervise others who did, that was still acceptable. If she recoiled from the wool altogether, well, that might prompt a disapproving murmur or two from the older matrons. It wasn't just the wool, you see. It was what the wool represented: order, economy, fertility, self-control, the silent labour of a woman who knows her role. There might also be discussion of the calendar. Roman women often managed the daily rituals tied to timekeeping: festival days, market days, purification days, and anniversaries of births or deaths. The colons, nons, and eds were more than poetic references. They marked the rhythms of shopping, cleaning, baking, and offerings. She would be expected to know or learn these. The husband managed politics. The wife managed time itself, within the home. A fair division, some might say. In wealthier homes, she might be shown to the storerooms. There, large clay amphorae of oil and wine line the shelves, baskets of grain, jars of dried fruit, sacks of garum, the salty fermented fish sauce used in nearly everything. The steward may show her the keys, or she may be entrusted to assign that task to a trusted slave. It was up to her to ensure that waste was avoided, theft discouraged, and supplies rotated with care. This too was her realm now. By midday, she has already received 10 new duties. None were written down, none were recited at the altar, but every Roman wife knew them, and as she adjusted her hair in the bronze mirror, or refolded the edge of her stola, she understood, perhaps with a quiet sigh, that the wedding was the easy part. Marriage was a job, yet there were moments of gentleness. The matronalia gifts may include a poem, or a portrait miniature, or a note from a sister, welcoming her into the ranks of married women with a wink and some advice too risque to say aloud. A maid may compliment her dress. The cook may sneak her a honey cake. A child may smile at her shyly, not yet knowing if she will be kind or cold. There is always some small affection on the first day. Even if the house is vast and strange, even if the marriage is arranged, there are still little comforts. One curious tradition: the bride might receive a new name, not legally perhaps, but socially. She was now the wife of X, and in some circles she might even be referred to as Matrona so-and-so, especially if her husband held office. It was not about individuality. It was about identity within the unit. And so, by the time the midday sun casts slanting shadows through the atrium columns, the new wife has begun to settle in. The laughter of the wedding feast is a memory now. The saffron veil is folded and packed away, perhaps to be passed down one day. And the bride, now seated among her new family, is no longer a visitor. She is the centre of the hearth. Sleep now, as the afternoon slows. Imagine the gentle sound of sandals on tile, the murmur of instructions passed between maids, the soft clink of bronze vessels being returned to their shelves. The wedding may be over, but its echo lingers. In every ritual, in every duty, in every quiet, careful step the new wife takes. The household has gained its mistress, and Rome continues. The wedding veil has long since been folded and stored away. The garlands have dried, their petals curling into brittle loops. The incense that once curled through the house has faded into nothing more than a trace, an echo. It has been a few months, or perhaps a year, since the wedding. And now, as the bride adjusts more firmly to her role as domina, another expectation begins to settle over her shoulders. Quieter than music, heavier than silk. The expectation of motherhood. In ancient Rome, marriage was never just about love or companionship. It was about legacy, property, continuity, the proper passing on of blood, name and status from one generation to the next. A Roman family, or familia, was more than a nuclear unit. It was an institution, a miniature republic within the walls of the domus. And the wife, the newlywed no longer quite so new, was now expected to do what Roman wives had done for centuries, bear children. This was not simply a private hope whispered between spouses. It was a public expectation from family, neighbours, priests, even the emperor himself. Particularly in the late Republic and early Empire, under Augustus, Roman society placed increasing pressure on the elite to reproduce. There were laws, the Lex Julia and the Lex Papia Poppaea, that gave rewards to married couples who had many children. More children meant more social privileges, more inheritance rights, more respect. In short, breeding was civic duty. The phrase barefoot and pregnant may not have existed yet, but the sentiment was familiar. The ideal Roman matrona was modest, faithful, industrious, and fertile. She wove wool and raised sons, preferably many. Of course, daughters were born too, often quietly with less fanfare. But it was sons who would carry the name, inherit the land, wear the toga virilis. A woman's legacy was measured in how many heirs she produced. Let us return to our bride. Months into her marriage, she begins to count her days carefully. There are no pregnancy tests, no calendars with red X's. Just the body's rhythms, the whispers of experienced aunts, and the nervous glances of household slaves who've seen this before. If she conceives quickly, it is considered a good omen. If not, suggestions begin to arrive, sometimes helpful, often unwanted. More olive oil, a different offering to Juno Lucina, goddess of childbirth. Maybe sleep facing east. Someone even suggests drinking the milk of a lioness. But this is considered rather ambitious. When a pregnancy is confirmed, by missed periods, by fainting spells, by dreams of serpents, a Roman favourite, the house becomes quiet and watchful. There are no gender reveals, no baby showers, no pastel blankets. But there is hope and there is anxiety, because Roman childbirth was not easy. It was dangerous. Even wealthy women, with access to midwives and physicians, faced enormous risk. The Roman medical toolkit, admirable in its way, still lacked many modern understandings of infection, hemorrhage, or sterile technique. Birth was managed by midwives, called obstetrices, often experienced, sharp-eyed women who had seen everything and said very little. They brought with them linen cloths, swaddling bands, oil and prayers. They knew which herbs soothed pain. They knew how to position the body. They knew when to intervene, and when to step back. The birthing room, usually a warm chamber in the back of the house, would be darkened, quieted. A small figurine of Lucina or Diana might be placed nearby. And the labouring mother, our once blushing bride, now found herself at the centre of a scene, not of romance, but of raw human effort. She might scream. She might curse the gods. She might be utterly silent, clenched in determination. All were considered normal. If the birth went well, a cry would fill the air, and it would be a moment of celebration. A bath was drawn, the baby washed in warm water, salted and wrapped. Visitors might arrive. Neighbours might send small gifts. Bread, wine, a charm for the cradle. But no name was given yet. The child had to survive the first days. The naming, or dies lustricus, the day of purification, came on the 8th day for girls, the 9th day for boys. The baby was formally acknowledged by the father. If he lifted the child in his arms, it meant acceptance. If he did not, well, the Romans had ways of looking the other way. But let us assume, in our household, he does. The child is named. A wax tablet records the details. A small feast is held. And the bride, now a mother, begins her next transformation. What followed was a life of intertwined labour, managing both the domestic space and the raising of children. The Roman matron was not sequestered away like her Greek counterpart. She had presence. She supervised education, especially for daughters. She trained them in weaving, speech, moral instruction. She arranged their marriages when the time came. She advised her husband quietly, sometimes not so quietly. She knew who the neighbours were, who owed the family favours, whose son was about to become a magistrate. She attended festivals, made offerings, spoke with other matrons in the marketplace with veiled smiles. But through it all, motherhood was central. Even women who had lost children, and many did, continued to identify as mothers. They made offerings at gravesites, wore lockets with tiny portraits or names, kept small sandals or toys tucked in drawers. Grief was silent, but it was present. Roman women were not emotionless. They simply learned to grieve with decorum. Large families were admired. A woman with 3 or more children was eligible for certain privileges under Augustus's reforms. She could inherit more easily, had fewer guardianship restrictions, and was given a kind of moral status. The term univira, meaning a woman who had only ever had one husband, was engraved on tombstones as a badge of honour. Even in death, the ideal matrona was remembered in terms of her marriage and her motherhood. Of course, not every Roman woman had a perfect domestic life. Some suffered neglect, infertility, abuse, or loss. Some chose not to remarry after widowhood. Others pursued spiritual callings, became Vestal virgins, or took solace in philosophy. But the mainstream narrative, the one whispered into a bride's ear as she received her wedding gifts, was clear. Marriage, children, legacy. These were the pillars of female virtue. We must not forget the household gods. As children were born, the Lars and Penates gained new relevance. Offerings were made on birthdays. The hearth was blessed. Figurines of protective spirits were placed in the child's room, usually a simple wooden cradle near the parent's bed. Charms were tied around the baby's neck. Bulla, a protective amulet often made of gold or leather. Boys wore them until they became men. Girls wore them until they were married. In the courtyard, toddlers learned to walk between the columns. Older children recited poetry under the watchful eye of a pedagogue. Sons practiced swordplay with wooden sticks. Daughters learned the art of hospitality, when to smile, when to speak, when to hold their tongue. The mother oversaw it all, sometimes directly, sometimes with a single raised eyebrow. As the children grew, so did her influence. Roman mothers, despite lacking formal power, held deep informal authority. Letters from sons at war addressed their mothers with reverence. Roman emperors, even the stern ones, often listened to their mothers. Livia, Agrippina, Julia Domna, all mothers who shaped Roman history. Even if their portraits were softened with curls and idealized profiles, their wills were anything but soft. Let us return now to the bride, who is no longer a bride. She has become what the Romans admired most, a matrona plena, a full matron, complete with children, household, status. She may sit quietly in the atrium now, weaving or reading or inspecting accounts. She may light incense at the family altar, or send a slave to deliver honey cakes to a friend, or scold a child for dragging a toy amphora through the dirt. Her husband greets her with a nod of respect, not flowery but genuine. There is understanding between them now, born not of courtship, but of shared effort. And when her daughter comes of age, the veil is taken down again, the tunic fastened, the nuts thrown. A new bride is sent off in procession down the streets beneath the eyes of neighbours and gods. And the mother, once the centre of attention, now watches from the threshold. Expression unreadable, fingers folded, remembering. Sleep now, dear listener. Let the sound of Roman lullabies drift through the air. Imagine the scent of olive oil and warm linen, the creak of cradles, the soft hush of whispered names. The bride has become the mother. The home continues, Rome continues, in sandals and silence and the ever-turning wheel of family. The wedding is a distant memory now. The laurel garlands have long since turned to dry husks. The saffron veil, once vibrant as the morning sun, rests in a cedarwood chest, faded and folded with care. Time has passed. Seasons have spun in quiet succession. And the once young bride, who once stood trembling at the threshold of her husband's domus, has become something else entirely. She is no longer the new matrona, nor even the mother of small children. She is something older, quieter, and far more Roman in her dignity. She has stepped into her final role, one the Republic and Empire alike reserved for women of status and character, the ancestral matron, the keeper of memory, and, in time, the honoured dead. In the hush of a Roman household, a woman who has lived through decades of marriage gains a certain weight, not just in status, but in presence. Her voice might not be raised often, but when it is, servants pause. Younger women listen. Even her sons look to her when matters are uncertain. The domus, once unfamiliar and brimming with new expectations, has become an extension of her very self. She knows the creak in the marble near the impluvium, the servant's footsteps before she hears them, and the precise angle of sun that strikes the altar to the household gods at each equinox. She holds the keys still, not out of obligation anymore, but out of reverence. And yet, even as she occupies this quiet power, another shadow lengthens along the atrium floor, one that all Romans, no matter how noble, must acknowledge. Death. To the Roman mind, death was not mysterious. It was not romanticized or hushed away. It was an expected step in the structure of life. Just as a Roman woman began her public life with a marriage procession, so too would she end it with a funeral procession, equally ceremonial, equally visible. But there are steps to follow before that final walk begins. She begins to prepare, not in a panic and not suddenly. For years now, she's been setting things in order. The wills are written, the heirlooms accounted for, the statues of Juno and Vesta wiped clean. Even the servants know their cues. A favoured slave, perhaps once a nursemaid to her children, now an old woman herself, stays close. The physician, more friend than miracle worker, visits quietly. He offers poppy for the pain, wine laced with herbs to soothe sleep. A priest is summoned to purify the threshold. She is not yet dead, but the domus must be cleansed before the spirit departs. If her husband still lives, he will sit by her bed, silent and grim. If not, a son will take his place, or a daughter, or someone she raised as her own. She might speak. She might not. She might simply rest, her breath shallow, listening to the small sounds of her house, the wind, the splash of water in the basin, the shift of sandals on stone. Roman women were not encouraged to fear death, but they were expected to die well, with composure, with dignity, with everything properly arranged. And when she breathes her last, the household moves as it has been taught to do. Her eyes are closed, her mouth gently shut. A coin is placed beneath her tongue, a gift for Charon, the ferryman of the underworld. Whether he accepts it is another matter. He's not known for lively conversation. 2 more coins might be laid on her eyelids, to keep them shut and to ensure she's well paid. Roman funerary traditions had a certain practicality. After all, the afterlife had tolls to pay, and even the underworld had rules. Her body is washed with warm water and fragrant oils, not just to clean, but to honour. The women of the house, her daughters, daughters-in-law, or loyal female slaves, dress her in her finest stola, wrap her in wool, and adorn her with the family's modest jewellery. If she had once been known for her spinning, they might place a spindle in her hand. If for her piety, perhaps a small figurine of Juno or Vesta lies at her side. She is not embalmed. Rome had no need for that. Instead, she is veiled, perfumed, and made ready for the funes, the final journey. This procession is not private. Roman death was deeply public. The body is laid upon a bier, perhaps in the atrium for a day or two, where visitors may come to pay their respects. The front of the house is opened. Neighbours arrive in black garments. Children are hushed. There may be a musician or two playing a slow, plaintive tune. A flute, always a favourite. And then the procession begins. Out into the street she goes, just as she came when she was a bride. But this time, the torches burn for mourning. The crowd is sombre. Her family walks behind the bier, their heads veiled in dark cloth, their eyes fixed downward. If she came from a noble family, or married into one, the family's imagined ancestral death masks are carried at the front. They are waxen and ghost-like, replicas of generations past, reminding all who see them that she was part of something larger. She belongs to the family line. She is now one of the honoured ancestors. At the forum, if she was well regarded, a eulogy may be given. Her eldest son, or perhaps a younger male relative if no son survives, steps forward. His voice trembles, whether from grief or nerves, and he begins. She was a univira, a one-man woman. She kept the house with order and reverence. She bore children with dignity, raised them with care, honoured the gods and preserved the family's name. They do not mention the gossip she silenced, or the business she handled behind her husband's back, or the sweet wine she preferred in secret. But they remember her virtues, and those virtues become her afterlife. Then comes burial. Cremation had once been standard among Romans, with ashes gathered into urns, stored in family tombs. But over time, inhumation became more popular. Full burial with grave goods and carved sarcophagi. Her body is laid in the earth or in a mausoleum. Her tomb may be modest or grand, depending on means. A slab of marble, perhaps, with an inscription in Latin, formal, spare, and final. Here lies Julia Primigenia, Univera, Pudicitia, Domina. Wife of one man, modest, mistress of the house. There are no angels, no saints. But there is memory. The funeral ends. The mourners return. The house is purified again, using fire and water and prayers. The lararium is undraped. Life continues. But the woman, once a bride, once a matrona, now occupies a new place. Not among the living, but among the remembered. For 30 days, the family wears mourning garb. Some will observe it longer. In the case of elite women, the mourning period may stretch for a full year. Meals are simpler. Music is silenced. The household slows its rhythm in deference to her absence, and then slowly the colour returns. Laughter, cautiously at first. A wedding invitation arrives, a birth is announced, a new bride enters the household. The wheel turns, Rome continues. But her influence doesn't vanish. The family invokes her name at private ceremonies. Her image is added to the ancestral records. Her stories are told, not all at once, but in fragments, around hearths, at festivals. In jokes that begin, remember when she... In many ways, she is more present than ever. Young girls are named after her. A granddaughter wears her necklace. A grandson finds her spindle among the old chest of linens and doesn't quite know what it was for. But it's kept all the same. And when the family makes offerings to the Lares and Penates, her name is whispered. When the calendar marks her birthday, or the day of her death, they leave garlands at her tomb. The Roman afterlife was not one of harps or floating clouds. It was memory. It was continuity. To be remembered was to remain. She may not be in the underworld, guiding others like a shade from Homer's verses, but in the minds of her family, she is still here. At every birth, at every wedding, at every solemn ceremony where a priest lifts a bowl and calls upon the ancestors. She watches from memory. And she approves, or not. Roman women were never shy with their opinions, even in death. Let us now return one last time to the beginning, to the young bride standing in her wedding tunic, holding her veil in both hands, nervous and uncertain. She could not know the full shape of her life to come. She could not imagine the children, the duties, the silences, the laughter, the weight of the keys, the sting of grief, the cool stone of the tomb. But now we do. Now we've walked with her, from the first acorns thrown at her feet to the last laurel on her grave. Sleep now. Let the streets grow quiet once again. The torches are out. The marble slabs are cool beneath your hand. The voices of the ancestors are no louder than wind through pine trees on the outskirts of Rome. The bride is home, the cycle complete. The Roman wedding, you see, was never just a day. It was a lifetime. And in the end, even that lifetime becomes part of something longer still. Once upon a time, though, as with all Greek myths, once is more a suggestion than a precise timestamp, there lived a man named Orpheus. Now, Orpheus was not a warrior, nor a king, nor even a demigod, which made him something of a novelty in Greek storytelling. Instead, he was a musician, but not just any musician. Orpheus was said to play the lyre so beautifully that even stones wept, and rivers slowed their flow to listen. Birds paused mid-flight, and wild beasts lay down like house cats at his feet. Quite the concert, really. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father was either the Thracian king Oeagrus, or, as some rather proud sources claim, Apollo himself. Whether it was royalty or divinity that accounted for his talent, it didn't much matter. The important bit is that Orpheus was a master of his craft, a one-man orchestra with a flair for the melancholic. Orpheus lived in Thrace, a region known in ancient times for its fierce warriors, thick forests, and a general air of mystical spookiness. It was not a place one wandered without a torch and a healthy respect for nature spirits. But for Orpheus, the land sang back to him. He composed melodies that made oak trees lean in closer, and even Hecate, goddess of ghosts and witchcraft, is said to have paused to listen. Now that's an endorsement. As it often happens in myths, Orpheus fell in love. Her name was Eurydice. She's sometimes described as a dryad, a woodland nymph, though in other versions she's mortal, though quite a luminous one. She and Orpheus married, and by all accounts they were happy, blissful even, which, in mythological terms, is rather like announcing a storm during a picnic. Something dreadful was bound to happen. Their happiness was short-lived. Barely had the wedding garlands wilted when fate intervened. Eurydice, walking alone through a sunlit meadow, never a good idea in a Greek myth, was spotted by a shepherd named Aristaeus. Now, Aristaeus was the rugged, rustic sort, a son of Apollo and a minor god of beekeeping, among other agricultural talents. He saw Eurydice and was overcome with lust. Whether it was divine mischief or just very poor judgment, he chased her. Fleeing through the underbrush, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. One bite, one moment of excruciating pain, and she collapsed. The poison spread fast. By the time Orpheus reached her, she was gone. Just like that. Orpheus was shattered. His grief wasn't the loud kind. It was silent and heavy, like snowfall over a grave. He wandered the hills, playing his sorrow into the world. The birds didn't sing anymore, they listened. Even the rocks, notoriously hard-hearted, seemed to mourn. But sorrow, for all its weight, eventually stirs resolve. Orpheus made a decision no living man had made before. He would journey into the underworld and bring her back. Now, the underworld wasn't designed for round-trip travel. It was ruled by Hades, a god who believed firmly in no refunds. The land of the dead was shrouded in shadow, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and accessible only by ferry, operated, of course, by Charon, who took only obels placed in the mouths of the deceased. Fortunately, Orpheus had not only charm, but also a certain confidence in his lyre. He arrived at the river Styx and played for Charon, whose grumpy demeanour melted like butter on a forge. For the first time in perhaps centuries, Charon ferried a living soul across. Next came Cerberus, a monstrous creature with 3 heads and a tail like a venomous whip. Cerberus was not a being easily reasoned with, but Orpheus didn't try reason. He played a lullaby so haunting and gentle that all 3 heads fell into slumber, dreaming perhaps of Styx and belly rubs. Finally, Orpheus reached the throne of Hades and Persephone. Hades was a ruler more feared than loved, a god of absolute finality. Persephone, the queen of the dead, was no less formidable, though her story, abducted from springtime fields, wedded to a death god, yet allowed to return to the surface for part of the year, makes her one of the more layered deities. Orpheus bowed, lifted his lyre, and began to play. No words were spoken, just music. Music that carried every ounce of his grief, every note soaked in love and mourning. He sang of Eurydice's laughter, of the wedding they barely had, of the days they should have spent growing old together. He sang of lost summers and ghosted futures. And the impossible happened. The Furies wept, Persephone covered her face, and Hades, cold-blooded custodian of the dead, was moved. He granted Orpheus his wish, with a condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until both had reached the surface. No glances, no whispers, no confirmation of her presence. Just trust. Now one might think this a simple enough instruction, but myths thrive on the delicate tensions of the human psyche. Orpheus had just descended into hell itself. He'd walked past ghouls and tormented shades, played his soul out to divine rulers, and now, with Eurydice behind him in utter silence, he was expected to climb upwards, blind with hope. Step by step, he ascended. The darkness thinned. A breeze began to stir. He could almost hear her, the faint echo of her sandals against the stone. But still, no confirmation, no words. And just as he reached the threshold, just as daylight broke across his face, he turned. Some say it was instinct. Others say he doubted. Or perhaps it was love itself, too overwhelming to resist. Regardless, his eyes met hers for one brief, frozen instant, and she began to vanish. Her form blurred like fog, drifting back into shadow. Her hand reached forward, lips parted, but no sound came. Then she was gone, again. Only this time, forever. Orpheus tried to descend once more, but the passage was closed. The gods had made their mercy clear. There would be no repeat performance. So he returned to the world above. Alone. Again. And here, perhaps, the myth becomes most human. Orpheus did not move on. He did not remarry. He shunned all lovers and wandered the earth, playing his sorrow into the winds. Trees bent to listen, animals followed, and even the gods seemed to leave him alone, out of pity, or perhaps reverence. Now you might wonder, what exactly was the point of such a cruel test? Why allow him so close, only to snatch her away? In part, it reflects an ancient theme, the fragility of human hope. Greek tragedy isn't about happy endings, it's about the beauty of striving, even in the face of certain doom. Orpheus becomes a symbol of love's reach and the peril of doubt. Historically, Orpheus became a central figure in what would be called the Orphic Mysteries, a spiritual movement that believed the soul could ascend beyond its mortal coil through purity, music, and understanding. His journey to and from the underworld was seen not just as a tale of love, but as a metaphor for enlightenment and transcendence. Poets and artists adored him. Virgil, in his Georgics, gave Orpheus a beautifully tragic ending. Ovid, in Metamorphoses, added emotional resonance. Later, medieval and Renaissance thinkers reimagined him as a Christ-like figure, a martyr for beauty and love. But the ancient Greeks? They were both more honest and more ruthless. They believed in fate, and in their telling, Orpheus' end came not from age or grief, but from the Maenads, the wild, frenzied followers of Dionysus. Offended by his rejection of women, or perhaps incited by some frenzied ritual, they tore him apart, limb from limb. His head and lyre, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus, carried to the sea. His final song, they say, was one of peace. The Muses, his divine kin, retrieved what they could and buried his remains at the foot of Mount Olympus. There, the nightingales sing more sweetly than anywhere else. There's a certain poetry in that ending. Orpheus, the man who loved too deeply, now rests in eternal harmony. His lyre became a constellation, Lyra, placed in the sky by the gods, as if even they could not bear to let him fade entirely. So what does this all mean for us? Perhaps Orpheus teaches us that love, even doomed love, holds a kind of sacred power. That beauty lies not just in happy endings, but in the striving. And that doubt, while painfully human, is the shadow cast by our brightest hopes. And now, as you lie here, drifting into the soft haze of sleep, let the gentle hum of Orpheus's lyre follow you. He played not to win, but because he must. Because love, however cursed, demanded it. And in that quiet place between dreaming and waking, perhaps Eurydice hears it still. Ah, ancient Athens, a city of philosophers, of democracy, and, quite helpfully for our story, of operatic family dysfunction. Our tale this evening unfolds in the shadow of kings and gods, among bloodlines so tangled you'd be forgiven for needing a corkboard and red string. At its heart lies a woman named Phaedra, a man named Hippolytus, and the kind of cursed romance that makes one grateful for rather ordinary heartbreaks. Let us begin, as all good tragedies do, with Theseus. Yes, that Theseus, the slayer of the Minotaur, the proud prince who navigated the labyrinth, string in hand, and then, somewhat less impressively, abandoned his lover Ariadne on a random island like last week's olives. Charming fellow. Years later, Theseus married Ariadne's sister, Phaedra, because why suffer a clean break when one can embroil an entire bloodline? Phaedra was the daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, daughter of the sun god Helios. Her sister Ariadne had helped Theseus slay her own monstrous half-brother. So you might say Phaedra's family gatherings were complicated. Now when she married Theseus, Phaedra became stepmother to his son Hippolytus, born of an earlier union with the Amazon queen, Hippolyta. The Amazons, you'll recall, were a fierce band of warrior women who didn't especially care for traditional domestic arrangements, or indeed men. So Hippolytus was raised more in their vein, aloof, chaste, and frankly more interested in hunting than in humans. He worshipped Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of virgins, and actively avoided Aphrodite, goddess of love and lust. This, as it turned out, was an ill-advised theological stance. You see, in Greek myth, the gods don't much care for being snubbed, especially not Aphrodite. She didn't just encourage passion, she demanded it. And when Hippolytus dismissed her realm in favour of Artemis and his virtuous, abstinent pursuits, Aphrodite was, shall we say, not amused. So, in a fashion that only the gods could consider just, she decided to teach him a lesson, not by striking him directly, but by orchestrating a most exquisite disaster. Her target, Phaedra. Aphrodite caused Phaedra, the respectable queen, to fall violently, hopelessly in love with her stepson. Now pause a moment. This is not your garden variety crush. This was a supernatural compulsion, a divine manipulation of the heart. Phaedra fought it, she tried everything. She prayed, she wept. She contemplated death as a preferable option. But the passion remained, feverish, shameful, and utterly destructive. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her nurse, an elderly servant with all the discretion of a town crier on market day. The nurse, thinking she was helping, approached Hippolytus and revealed the queen's feelings. Now Hippolytus, remember, was not exactly a people person. His reaction was one of horror, disgust, and high moral indignation. He rejected the idea outright, insulted Phaedra, and, depending on the version, threatened to tell his father, Theseus. And so Phaedra, humiliated and terrified, took the only path she saw open. She wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. When Theseus found her lifeless body and read the note, he was consumed with grief and fury. Not known for his even temper or investigative rigour, he cursed his son without so much as a conversation. Here's where things take a divine turn. Theseus happened to be on friendly terms with Poseidon, god of the sea, who had granted him 3 wishes, like a cosmic gift card. With one of these wishes, Theseus asked for Hippolytus' death. Poseidon obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the shore, a monstrous bull, a gift from the sea god, rose from the waves, panicked the horses, and sent the chariot careening. Hippolytus was thrown, dragged, and fatally wounded. Only later, much too late of course, did Theseus learn the truth. Artemis herself descended, explaining the cruel game Aphrodite had played, the lie that cost a life, and the loyalty his son had shown to virtue and restraint. There is, needless to say, no scene more thoroughly Greek than a god turning up after everything's already gone to Hades. Theseus was devastated, and Hippolytus. He died in agony, having lost the love of his father, the clarity of his life's purpose, and, ironically, his life, despite never having loved at all. Now let us take a breath and peek behind the myth. The tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus has been retold across centuries. Euripides, that dark-hearted dramatist of the 5th century BCE, gave us one of the earliest full versions in his tragedy Hippolytus. In it, he explores themes of divine injustice, the dangers of repression, and the ruinous consequences of desire, particularly desire denied. In Euripides' hands, no one is wholly innocent. Phaedra is sympathetic yet weak. Hippolytus is virtuous but cold, even arrogant. Theseus is rash, a father governed by passion rather than reason. And the gods? Oh, they are little more than vindictive forces, meddling in the hearts of mortals for sport. Roman writers took up the story as well. Seneca, in particular, leaned into the moral horror of it all, giving us a Phaedra even more tormented, and a Hippolytus even more aloof. The myth was, for the Romans, a warning about ungoverned emotion and the brittle fragility of honour. But beyond the drama lies a question. Why was Hippolytus so thoroughly punished? It seems that in the Greek worldview, extremes, even extreme virtue, were dangerous. Hippolytus rejected love, women, and even the natural order. He refused Aphrodite entirely, and in doing so brought divine wrath upon himself. Moderation, or sophrosin, was the ideal. Passion, whether indulged or denied, could be ruinous if not tempered with balance. Phaedra, meanwhile, becomes the archetype of the woman torn by uncontrollable longing. In some versions she is a tragic victim, in others a more active deceiver. But even in her darkest portrayals, she is not without pathos. She didn't choose her desire. It was placed in her by Aphrodite, an invasion of the soul. Her suicide, while terrible, is framed as an escape from shame and a desperate, if futile, attempt to protect her honour. It's worth noting too that Hippolytus' death is one of the few in Greek myth that involves the invocation of a wish granted by a god. Theseus' call to Poseidon brings into sharp focus the terrifying idea that divine gifts can just as easily become curses. Be careful what you wish for, they say, and Theseus learned that the hard way. There is also in the background the quiet rivalry between Artemis and Aphrodite, chastity versus desire, each goddess claiming their mortal, each refusing to concede. And Hippolytus? A pawn in their celestial quarrel. Artemis honours him after death, promising that young girls will sing of him before their weddings, a melancholic tribute to a man who never loved. In later centuries, the myth would influence everything from Racine's Phèdre, a French tragedy of seething guilt and eloquent repression, to modern psychological interpretations of obsession, denial, and the tragic inevitability of miscommunication. It's a story not just about forbidden love, but about the impossibility of perfection. So what are we to make of this tale? Perhaps it whispers to us in the quiet hours that love, when twisted by pride or denial, becomes unrecognizable. That purity without empathy can be as dangerous as passion without restraint. That gods, whether ancient or of our own making, are rarely fair. As you drift now gently towards sleep, consider the image of Hippolytus driving his chariot along a glittering shore, unaware of the doom rising from the sea. Consider Phaedra, torn between longing and honour, a queen undone by feelings not her own. And Theseus, flawed, impulsive, human, wishing too late for the truth. In the end, no hero, god, or queen was spared. A love that never bloomed still managed to destroy them all. And so, with the hush of sea waves and the faint whisper of hoofbeats, let the tale fade softly from your mind. After all, in the realm of Greek myth, even silence carries the echo of tragedy. Let us dim the torchlight, settle deeper into our pillows, and drift to a time long before reason and restraint were fashionable. Back when the gods meddled freely in mortal affairs, and beauty could, quite literally, cause the fall of empires. Tonight's tale belongs to a love so cursed, so extravagantly disastrous, that even poets centuries later shook their heads in disbelief. Paris and Helen. She, the most beautiful woman in the world. He, a Trojan prince with the decision-making skills of a sleep-deprived squirrel. Together, they triggered a war that lasted 10 years, toppled a mighty city, and gave us one of the longest and bloodiest epics in Western literature. Romance, anyone? Let us begin, appropriately, with a wedding. But not of Paris or Helen. No, this was the wedding of Peleus, a mortal, and Thetis, a sea nymph. A curious pairing, certainly, but the gods were all invited, except, crucially, for Eris, goddess of discord. As you might imagine, Eris did not take kindly to being snubbed. So, in a move of divine pettiness that would make any soap opera villain blush, she crashed the party and tossed a golden apple into the crowd. Upon the apple were inscribed the words, "To the fairest." Now, if you know anything about Greek goddesses, you know this sort of thing is best avoided. Immediately, 3 stepped forward to claim the prize. Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. not a trio known for sharing. Zeus, wisely refusing to choose between his wife and two of his most powerful daughters, appointed a mortal judge, Paris of Troy, a prince known more for his looks than his wit. Poor lad. He was tending his flocks on Mount Ida when the three goddesses appeared, shimmering and radiant, each offering a bribe more tempting than the last. Hera promised him power, rule over vast lands and mighty kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle, eternal glory on the field. And Aphrodite, she offered him love. Specifically, the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, ever the romantic, or perhaps simply a man with an eye for aesthetics, chose Aphrodite. Thus, with the flick of a divine promise, the stage was set. Now, the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda. Yes, the same Leda whom Zeus seduced in the form of a swan, in what might be mythology's strangest courtship. Helen was raised by King Tyndareus of Sparta and eventually married Menelaus, the king himself. He was a capable ruler, brother to the more famously brutish Agamemnon, and not altogether thrilled when Paris turned up at his palace. Paris, fulfilling Aphrodite's gift, wooed, or, depending on the version, abducted Helen and whisked her away to Troy. Some say she went willingly, bewitched by Aphrodite's charm. Others suggest she had little choice in the matter. Still others believe a phantom Helen went to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt. But let's not complicate things with metaphysics. What is certain is this. Helen's departure was seen as a grave insult, a personal betrayal to Menelaus, and a political one to every Greek prince who had once vied for her hand. You see, Tyndareus had cleverly made all of Helen's suitors swear an oath, known later as the Oath of Tyndareus, to protect and defend whoever she chose to marry. This turned out to be less a romantic safeguard and more a war clause. And so, the kings of Greece united, not merely to restore one man's pride, but to honour an oath, settle scores, and, if we're being honest, to indulge in a bit of conquering. The result was the Trojan War. The Trojan War. A conflict so grand and so devastating, it took not one, but two epic poems to contain it. The Iliad and the Odyssey. And that's just the beginning. 10 years of siege, countless deaths, and heroes like Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, and Ajax thrown into a whirlwind of battle, all for the sake of one woman's love. Or lust. Or really bad timing. Now, what of Paris and Helen during this war? Paris, though not devoid of courage, was no match for the great Greek heroes. He was better with words than weapons, and preferred archery to hand-to-hand combat, a rather unmanly thing in Homeric eyes. It was he who shot Achilles in the heel, though with some divine assistance, of course. Even his most famous kill comes shrouded in debate. Helen, meanwhile, remained in Troy, often portrayed as guilt-ridden and conflicted. Homer gives us glimpses of her regret, her sense of alienation. In the Iliad, she calls herself a shameless whore, blaming herself for the bloodshed. Yet we also see her cleverness, her nobility, and her strange affection for her new Trojan family, even as the Greeks pound at the gates. The war eventually ends, as you may recall, with the ruse of the Trojan horse, a grand deception led by Odysseus, who tricked the Trojans into wheeling their doom inside the city walls. That night, Greek soldiers emerged from the hollow belly of the horse and opened the gates. Troy burned. The city was razed, men slaughtered, women enslaved, children thrown from walls. It was not a rescue, it was a reckoning. And Paris, he died before the fall, wounded by the Greek hero Philoctetes, his pleas for healing ignored. Helen, remarkably, survived. Here history takes a twist. Helen was taken back to Sparta by Menelaus. Not executed, not shunned, but restored as queen. In Euripides' play Helen, she's even portrayed as entirely innocent, a pawn of the gods. But what of the curse? Ah yes, the curse. For the love of Helen, countless lives were lost. Kingdoms fell. Heroes perished. The ancient Greeks believed in Moira, in fate. And when one tampered with the cosmic balance, say by giving a mortal woman the beauty of a goddess, and then having her abducted by a Trojan prince, retribution was inevitable. Helen and Paris were not simply two people in love. They were symbols of lust unbound, of divine meddling, of the fragility of peace. Their love wasn't just cursed. It was a curse laid upon them by forces beyond their ken. Aphrodite's gift turned out to be more of a trap, and Paris's choice, though his own, brought ruin. There's a poignant line in Homer's Iliad where Priam, the aging king of Troy, speaks to Helen and says, "I do not blame you." It's a rare moment of grace, and perhaps an acknowledgement that no one in this tale was truly in control. The gods pulled the strings, and the mortals danced or stumbled accordingly. And yet, generations later, artists and poets continue to return to Paris and Helen. Why? Because theirs is the quintessential tale of beauty and destruction, of the irresistible pull of desire, even when we know the cost. Helen becomes not just a woman, but an idea, of longing, of regret, of the havoc that follows when love is chosen above duty, above peace. In some versions, Paris and Helen are reunited in the afterlife. In others, Helen marries again, grows old, fades into legend. But always she remains the face that launched 1,000 ships, and, more accurately, 1,000 deaths. We might shake our heads at Paris's foolishness. We might pity Helen's fate. But deep down, we understand the perilous magnetism of what they shared. A beauty too perfect to hold. A love too cursed to survive. So, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath evens out, imagine Troy before the war. Its high towers gleaming, its gates strong, its people innocent of what's to come. Picture Helen on the walls, watching the ships sail toward her, each bearing the weight of vengeance. And Paris beside her, hand in hers, neither of them fully understanding the price of that golden apple. A single choice. A whispered promise. And the fall of a city. Sleep well. Let us drift now into the hush of a forest glade. The leaves shimmer gently overhead. The air is heavy with birdsong, not quite real. And from somewhere, not far, not near, a music stirs. Sweet and aching. A lyre strummed by fingers so gifted they might well have been kissed by the gods. Tonight, dear listener, we speak of Orpheus. Now, Orpheus wasn't your typical Greek hero. No sword, no spear. He didn't slay monsters or outwit sphinxes or start a war over some wayward lover. No, Orpheus wielded only music, and yet with that he could do what no blade could, move the world itself. The rocks wept at his songs. The rivers paused their flow. Trees leaned in, and wild beasts sat quietly at his feet. Even Hades, lord of the underworld and notoriously difficult at parties, would in time grant him audience. But let us not rush. We must first meet Eurydice. Eurydice was a dryad, a nymph of the trees. Beautiful, yes, but also wild in spirit, elusive as a breeze in spring. She met Orpheus, or perhaps he found her, singing in some quiet glade, and the two fell into a love so pure, so gentle, it seemed untouched by fate. They married beneath the trees. The muses blessed the union, and for a moment everything was as it should be. Ah, but this is Greek mythology. And if there's one thing we've learned so far, it's that happiness is rarely allowed to flourish unpunished. Not long after their wedding, Eurydice was wandering through a field when she was spotted by Aristaeus, a minor god of agriculture and, ironically, beekeeping. He became, let's say, over-enthusiastic in his admiration and chased her. In her flight, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. The snake, perhaps insulted that its peaceful sunbathing had been interrupted, bit her. And just like that, she died. Now, in many stories, death is the end. But Orpheus was not content to mourn beneath the stars. He tuned his lyre, steadied his resolve, and descended into the underworld. Not metaphorically, literally. You see, unlike the Christian afterlife or the Buddhist wheel of rebirth, the Greek underworld was a shadowy, bureaucratic sort of place. There was paperwork, and rivers, and levels. The dead were sorted, seated, and generally discouraged from mingling with the living. But Orpheus, singing his sorrow, crossed them all. At the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, the three-headed hound, a beast bred to devour hope. Orpheus played his lyre, and the great dog lay down and slept, all three heads dreaming different dreams. He passed the river Styx, that black ribbon of forgetfulness, where Charon the ferryman carried souls across for a fee, except this time no coin was needed. Music was payment enough. At last, Orpheus came before Hades and Persephone, lord and lady of the dead. Now Hades is often depicted unfairly, as cruel or malicious. But in truth, he was simply a man with a job no one else wanted, to oversee the realm where all things end. And he did it for the most part, without complaint. Persephone, of course, was the springtime bride, who lived half the year below and half above. She understood sorrow. And so, when Orpheus played for them, he didn't plead, he didn't argue, he let the music speak. It was a song of loss, of sunlit mornings never to be shared, of laughter that now echoed too quietly, of a love that had bloomed and been severed in a moment. It was said that even the Furies, those ancient goddesses of vengeance, shed tears. Hades, unmoved by speeches, found his cold heart softened. And so, the lord of the underworld made a rare concession. Eurydice would be returned to life. But there is always a but in Greek mythology, only on one condition. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow behind, silent and unseen, and he must not look back until they had both emerged into the world of the living. Simple, you think? A stroll and a bit of self-control? But remember, this is not a stroll through a sunny meadow. This is the land of shadows. The silence is thick. The air tastes of iron. And the mind, when anxious, whispers. What if she isn't there? It says. What if they've tricked you? What if she stumbles? What if you are alone? Orpheus walked. His steps echoed through the endless gloom. Behind him he felt a presence, light as breath. He resisted the urge to turn. Step after step, he climbed the dark tunnel toward the light. And then, just as the first sunbeam kissed his face, he turned. He turned. Eurydice was behind him, her hand reaching out. But she was still in the shadowed threshold, not quite free. And so, before his eyes, she faded, silently, back into the dark, this time forever. Some say she looked at him with sorrow, others with forgiveness. But she said nothing, because in the underworld, speech is a fragile thing. Orpheus tried to return, but a second descent was not permitted. The gods are not in the habit of repeating gifts. And so he climbed back to the surface alone. Now, this would be a fine place to end, but Orpheus's story lingers, much like his melodies. He returned to the living world, but he did not live. He wandered the forests, singing songs of loss and the cruelty of fate. He rejected the company of women, spurning even those who loved him. Some say the Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, killed him in a fit of wrath, tearing him limb from limb when he refused their advances. His head, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus. Others say he simply faded, becoming part of the music that once moved the stars. Now let us pause and examine this myth with a gentler eye. Orpheus was not punished for arrogance. He was punished for being human. He doubted. He feared. He loved too much. In that moment of doubt, when he turned, it was not disobedience. It was longing. He wanted to see her, to reassure himself, to feel her presence just once more. And that, in Greek myth, is perhaps the most damning sin of all, to want too much. there's a quiet cruelty to the condition set by Hades. It is not enough that Orpheus is brave, or pure, or devoted. He must also be perfectly obedient. And the test comes not in the form of danger, but in the form of silence. How many of us could bear such a test? Philosophers have long debated this story. Some see it as an allegory for the finality of death, that no art, no love can truly undo it. Others read it as a psychological journey. Orpheus' descent into grief, his struggle with hope, and his inevitable failure to let go. There is, too, the contrast of light and dark, of male and female. Orpheus, the rational, facing forward. Eurydice, the mysterious, trailing behind. Their inability to connect, physical, emotional, spiritual, is at the heart of the tragedy. And yet, it is not a hopeless tale. In some versions, when Orpheus dies, his soul is reunited with Eurydice. Not in triumph, but in quietude. Two shadows walking together in the asphodel meadows where the ordinary dead dwell. No fanfare, no golden apple, just peace. We may ask, why does this story endure? Because it is perhaps the most relatable of all. We have all looked back when we should have forged ahead. We have all doubted the promises given to us. We have all lost something, or someone, and wondered if, by some act of will or love, we could bring them back. Orpheus reminds us that love is powerful but not omnipotent, that beauty can stir gods but not undo fate, and that the greatest tragedies are not born from hatred but from tenderness. So as you slip now into sleep, imagine a man with a lyre standing alone at the mouth of a cave, the birds quiet, the trees leaning in, and somewhere just behind him, a figure fading into the mist, a single glance, a lifetime of regret, and yet still the song goes on. Settle in, dear listener. Let the world grow quiet around you. In this chapter, we descend into one of the darkest corners of mythic romance, a tale not of hearts gently entwined, but of loyalty twisted into vengeance. A love so cursed, even the gods seem to wince and look away. Tonight, we meet Medea and Jason, a couple whose story begins with daring quests and dragon-guarded treasures, but ends, well, rather differently. If you've ever thought your exes were a bit dramatic, rest assured, they've got nothing on this pair. Let us begin with Jason. Jason was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, a city in Thessaly. Unfortunately, as so often happens in Greek mythology, someone else had pinched the crown. His uncle Peleus, to be precise. When Jason came of age and demanded his birthright, Peleus, instead of simply giving it up like a reasonable chap, said, yes, of course. But first, if you wouldn't mind terribly, just pop off and fetch the golden fleece. Now, the golden fleece was no ordinary garment. It came from a divine, flying ram, and was said to be imbued with magical properties and royal legitimacy. It also happened to be located in the distant land of Colchis, at the eastern edge of the known world, modern-day Georgia more or less, guarded by a sleepless dragon. Naturally. Jason, being a hero, or at least pretending to be one, accepted the quest. He assembled a ship, the Argo, and a crew of the greatest heroes of the age, Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, and more. They were called the Argonauts, and their journey was the Avengers, endgame of ancient Greece. But it is in Colchis that our story of love and of blood begins. Here we meet Medea. Now, Medea was no simple maiden. She was the daughter of King Aeetes of Colchis and a granddaughter of the sun god Helios. She was also a sorceress, trained in the magical arts, particularly skilled in potions, herbs, and, you guessed it, creative revenge. When Jason arrived in Colchis and asked for the fleece, King Aeetes, in a truly Olympic act of poor hospitality, agreed, on the condition that Jason yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, plough a field with them, sow it with dragon's teeth, and defeat the army of warriors that sprang up from the soil. A fair day's work. Jason, clearly out of his depth, was doomed to fail. Enter Medea. Struck by love, or perhaps a divine curse, Medea fell for Jason at first sight. Not the first woman to be undone by a charming but slightly clueless adventurer, and certainly not the last. With a mix of love and perhaps a smidgen of Aphrodite's interference, Medea offered Jason her help. She gave him an enchanted salve to protect him from the bull's fire, and instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors, throw a rock among them, and let them fight each other. A neat trick, and frankly one that might still work at family gatherings. Thanks to Medea, Jason completed the trials. But her father refused to give him the fleece, so naturally they stole it. Medea put the dragon guarding the fleece to sleep using her magic, and the pair fled Colchis together. So far, so dramatic. But it gets darker. To delay pursuit, Medea performed what might be politely called a distraction. She killed her own brother, Apsyrtus, and scattered his body parts into the sea, forcing her father to stop and collect them. Now, there are alternate versions of this moment. Some less gruesome, some more. But in any case, it was a point of no return. Medea had betrayed her family, her homeland, and her blood, all for Jason. A gesture of love, or obsession. And now, dear listener, comes the cruel twist. Jason would never love her as fiercely as she loved him. They returned to Iolcus, where Medea, ever the helpful witch, tricked Peleus' daughters into murdering their own father, by convincing them she could make him young again, as one does. Naturally, this didn't end well, and the couple were forced to flee again. Eventually, they settled in Corinth. Here they lived peacefully for a time, and had 2 children. One imagines Medea, perhaps, tending herbs, and Jason telling the same golden fleece story at dinner parties. But Jason, ever ambitious and never terribly bright in the long term, had his eyes on a political marriage. He abandoned Medea and their children to wed Glauce, the young daughter of King Creon of Corinth. Medea's reaction was not mild. The playwright Euripides gives us the most famous version of what happened next. In his tragedy Medea, the sorceress becomes something other than human, something between fury and fate. She sends Glauce a wedding gift, a dress and crown soaked in poison. When Glauce puts them on, the poison ignites. She dies screaming, her father King Creon trying to save her, only to be consumed in the same blaze. And then, and then comes the most terrible act. Medea, consumed by wrath and despair, murders her own children, not out of hatred for them, but as the ultimate punishment for Jason. I will not let them be mocked or enslaved, she says. I will not let them be his. And just like that, she becomes myth's most unforgettable figure. Neither victim nor villain, but something else entirely. She escapes, riding a chariot drawn by dragons, because of course she does, leaving Jason alone, shattered and humiliated. Now, one might wonder, was Medea mad? Or merely pushed beyond reason? This is a question that has plagued scholars, playwrights and therapists for over 2,000 years. Medea is unlike any other woman in Greek myth. She's clever, powerful, and terrifyingly autonomous. She loves deeply and destroys absolutely. Historically, Medea may reflect the ancient Greek anxiety around foreign women, powerful women, or simply women who refuse to be passive. She's from the East, Colchis, and thus outside the civilized Greek world. She's magical. She doesn't follow the script. Jason, in contrast, is very much a man of his time. A hero on paper, but shallow and opportunistic beneath the surface. His betrayal of Medea isn't just a personal failing. It's a rejection of everything she gave up for him. Family, home, honour. There's an irony here. Medea gave him the golden fleece, helped him win every challenge, made him a hero, and in return, he chose a younger, more politically convenient bride. If you're feeling particularly sympathetic to her, You're not alone. Many do. Even Euripides' audience, mostly male citizens of Athens, reportedly left the theatre shaken. Medea doesn't merely murder, she punishes. And her punishment is precise, poetic, and irreversible. So what, we ask, is the curse in this love story? It is the curse of unequal devotion, of love that gives everything and receives betrayal in return, of a woman who becomes monstrous not because she began that way, but because the world gave her no other option. Later myths soften her tale slightly. Medea flees to Athens, marries King Aegeus, and continues to meddle in royal succession there, because once you've murdered a few people, political intrigue becomes something of a hobby. Eventually, she vanishes from the mythic stage, perhaps returning to Colchis. Perhaps not. Jason, for his part, dies alone. An old man, sitting beneath the rotting hulk of the Argo. The ship collapses, and a beam falls on him, ending the life of a man once called a hero. A curiously mundane death, really. No monsters, no glory, just gravity. Perhaps it's fitting. The myth of Jason and Medea is less a story of love than a warning. Be careful whom you betray, especially if she's descended from the sun and owns a flying dragon chariot. But it is also, in its own twisted way, a deeply human story. Love that consumes, betrayal that stings, and the terrible things people do when they feel cast aside. As you rest now, and the night deepens around you, let us leave Medea, not with the blood, nor the fire, but in the moment just before it all unravelled. A young woman, watching the sea, holding a golden fleece in her hands, and believing, perhaps foolishly, that love would be enough. Sleep well. Let us drift now into a tale drenched in silence, restraint, and ruin. A story that unravels not in battlefield clatter or divine thunder, but in hushed corridors, aching hearts, and a single, devastating lie. It begins in Athens, under the watchful eye of a king, and ends on a dusty road beside a shattered chariot. This, dear listener, is the story of Phaedra and Hippolytus. A love that was never requited, never consummated, and yet managed to destroy nearly everyone involved. It is perhaps the quietest and most suffocating of our cursed romances. We begin, as all Greek tragedies must, with lineage, and what a tangled web it is. Phaedra, our ill-fated heroine, was a Cretan princess, daughter of King Minos and Queen Pasiphae, and sister to Ariadne, yes, the same Ariadne who helped Theseus defeat the Minotaur, and was then unceremoniously abandoned on an island. Romance was clearly not in the family's bloodline. Theseus, king of Athens, hero of legend, had once been the toast of Greece, defeater of bandits, slayer of beasts, and an enthusiastic philanderer. After a string of dalliances and one catastrophic marriage to the Amazon queen Hippolyta, by whom he fathered a son, Hippolytus, he settled into royal life with his new bride, Phaedra. Now, Phaedra was beautiful, refined, and quite a bit younger than her famous husband. Their marriage, like many royal unions, was more alliance than romance. But she did her duty, bore children, and walked the marble halls of Athens with quiet grace. All might have continued peacefully, if not for the gods. Enter Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and, when provoked, astonishing levels of spite. You see, Hippolytus, Theseus' son, was a proud devotee of Artemis, the chaste huntress. He spurned the affections of women, dedicated himself to purity, and, most disastrously, publicly mocked the power of love. Now, mocking love in ancient Greece was about as wise as insulting the sea when Poseidon's watching. The gods did not take criticism well, and Aphrodite in particular had a long memory and a short temper. To punish Hippolytus, Aphrodite devised a cruel strategy. She would destroy him not with sword or pestilence, but with love, someone else's love. She inflicted upon Phaedra a violent, helpless passion for her stepson. Not a crush, not a fascination, a full, mind-drowning obsession. Imagine it. A queen, upstanding and noble, suddenly possessed by desire for a young man who could barely meet her eye. The shame, the confusion, the slow unravelling of the self. Phaedra fought it. She fasted, wept, prayed. She clung to dignity as if it might pull her back from the brink. But desire, when laced with divinity, does not retreat. Now, rather than acting on her feelings, Phaedra did something unexpectedly modern. She suffered in silence. For quite some time, she simply withered. Euripides, in his haunting play Hippolytus, portrays her as a woman gnawed by internal torment, desperate not to commit sin, and equally desperate for relief. But silence is rarely sustainable. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her old nurse, an unfortunately meddlesome soul who thought it wise to resolve matters by telling Hippolytus everything. Yes, without asking permission. Because what's a Greek tragedy without one loyal servant doing exactly the wrong thing at the worst possible time? Now, Hippolytus, upon hearing this disturbing revelation, reacted with the emotional sensitivity of a bronze statue. He recoiled in disgust. He berated the nurse. He threatened to go public with the scandal. Now, a lesser woman might have screamed, or fled, or begged. But Phaedra, already on the edge of despair, took a different path. She wrote a note accusing Hippolytus of trying to seduce her, then took her own life. It's the sort of moment that lands like thunder. Quiet, sudden, and irreversible. Theseus returned home to find his wife dead and a damning letter in her hand. As one might expect from a man whose default setting was overreaction, he immediately cursed his son, calling upon Poseidon, who had once granted him 3 deadly wishes. He used one. Shortly after, Hippolytus set off in his chariot. As he rode along the coastline, Poseidon, true to his vengeful brand, unleashed a sea monster, or perhaps a monstrous wave, that spooked the horses. They bolted, the chariot overturned, and Hippolytus was dragged, crushed, and left dying beneath the Athenian sun. Enter Artemis. As Hippolytus lay broken and bloodied, the goddess appeared, not with healing, but with truth. She revealed to Theseus the terrible misunderstanding. Phaedra had lied. His son was innocent? The entire tragedy had been the result of Aphrodite's vengeance. Too late, of course. Theseus rushed to his son's side. In one of Greek mythology's rare glimmers of grace, Hippolytus forgave his father. And then, as is tradition, he died. Let us pause a moment here, not out of sentiment, but out of respect. This myth, you see, doesn't traffic in the grand theatrics of other love stories. It has no golden apples, no sieges of Troy, no divine transformations. It is a story of people crushed by forces beyond their control, of gods who play with hearts as one might toy with dice. And yet, it remains one of the most devastating tales in the Greek canon. Euripides' Hippolytus, first performed in 428 BCE at the city Dionysia, was awarded first prize. This wasn't his first attempt, mind you. An earlier, now lost version had portrayed Phaedra as more openly lustful and less morally tormented, something the Athenian audience found a bit too scandalous for comfort. In the second version, Euripides gave Phaedra her dignity. She is a victim, not a villain. Her passion, though unnatural, is fought against with everything she has. Her downfall is not that she loved, but that she could not confess, that she could not find a path out of the silence. As for Hippolytus, he is, to modern eyes, a bit of a cold fish. His obsession with purity borders on the pathological. In rejecting love altogether, he insults Aphrodite, yes, but also becomes incapable of compassion. His horror at Phaedra's confession is understandable. His refusal to offer any kindness is not. The myth, then, is a meditation on extremism, on the dangers of denying part of one's nature. Love, the Greeks believed, was not optional. It was a force to be honoured, feared, and integrated. To reject it entirely was to invite disaster. And what of Theseus? He spends most of the myth off stage, arriving only in time to misjudge everyone and kill his own son. It's oddly poetic, given that Theseus's mythic career is full of grand gestures and poor follow-through. One might think of him as the original all-action, no-introspection hero. A sword in one hand and a tragic misunderstanding in the other. In some later traditions, Artemis is said to have taken Hippolytus after death and restored him to life in a distant land under a new name, Virbius, a god of the forest in Roman lore. Worshipped in Italy, he became a local deity of the grove, a shadow of his former life. A beautiful, bittersweet footnote for a man who never wanted to be part of a love story. And Phaedra? Her name, over time, became synonymous with forbidden longing. In later European literature, Racine's Phaedra, for example, her tale is retold again and again, each version wrestling with the same uncomfortable question. What do we do with desire that shouldn't exist? What happens when love becomes a curse? It's a question that echoes down the centuries, in whispered stories and silent tears. Because Phaedra's tragedy is not just that she loved wrongly, it's that she had no place to put that love. No one to tell. No language for it that wouldn't bring ruin. So, as we draw this chapter to a close, let us imagine them once more. Phaedra, pacing her chamber, lips bitten, eyes hollow. Hippolytus, aloof and proud, walking through a world he refuses to understand. Theseus, returning home to a silence more terrible than any monster's roar. And above them, as always, the gods. Watching, smiling, stirring the pot. Because in Greek mythology, love is rarely a blessing. More often, it is a test, a trap, a beautifully wrapped disaster. And nowhere is that more painfully clear than in the love that was never returned and never allowed. So sleep now, dear listener. Let the shadows of Phaedra's palace fade into dream. Let the whisper of Artemis's footsteps pass softly through your mind. And remember, some of the most devastating love stories are not those that end in betrayal or war, but those that were never allowed to begin. Let us now open a scroll on a love story so catastrophic, so calamitous, that it launched 1,000 ships. And, if you believe the poets, more than a few therapy sessions. It is a tale soaked in passion, betrayal, and the kind of poor decision-making that only comes from involving far too many gods in your dating life. This, dear listener, is the story of Paris and Helen. A romance so famously cursed, it managed to drag the entire Greek world into a 10-year war, topple empires, and earn the eternal scorn of every Achaean widow for generations. Now, before Helen's abduction, before the Greeks set sail for Troy, and before Homer even sharpened his quill, there was a wedding. Not Paris and Helen's, mind you. This whole tragedy begins at someone else's reception. The wedding in question was between Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph. It was a divine affair, with the whole Olympian guest list in attendance. That is, except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. An oversight, perhaps. Or, given her reputation, a deliberate exclusion. Either way, Eris didn't take it well. She crashed the party anyway, bringing a gift as only a goddess of chaos could. A golden apple inscribed with 3 haunting words. To the fairest. Now, one might think that tossing such an apple into a room full of immortals is a touch irresponsible. And one would be absolutely correct. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately began to bicker over who deserved the prize. Rather than settle the matter like mature goddesses, they did what any supernatural being would do. They found a mortal to judge them. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince and part-time shepherd, full-time heartthrob. The goddesses appeared before him, each offering a bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, ever the strategist, offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris, not exactly known for his political foresight, chose Aphrodite. And just like that, the stage was set. Helen, unfortunately, was already married. Her husband, Menelaus, king of Sparta, a sturdy man with red hair, a temper, and the kind of pride that doesn't take kindly to foreign princes running off with his wife. Now let's pause here for a moment to consider Helen herself. Not the myth, but the woman. Born from an egg, yes really, Helen was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, though the logistics of that union are best left politely unexamined. Some say her divine lineage made her irresistibly beautiful, others that her beauty was a curse in itself. Either way, every king in Greece wanted her hand. To avoid war, her foster father, Tyndareus, made all suitors swear an oath that they would defend Helen's chosen husband against any who tried to steal her away. The irony, of course, is that this oath would be used precisely when Helen decided, or was persuaded, to leave. The great question that has haunted poets for centuries is this: did Helen go willingly? Some versions say she fell madly in love with Paris, enchanted by Aphrodite's promise and the prince's charms. Others suggest she was abducted, spirited away from Sparta without consent. And a few, like the playwright Euripides in his play Helen, suggest the real Helen never even went to Troy, and a phantom double was sent in her place. Whichever version you favour, the result is the same. Helen ended up in Troy, and the Greek world erupted in outrage. Menelaus, understandably miffed, called in the old oath. Agamemnon, his brother, and High King of Mycenae rallied the Greek forces. One by one, the greatest heroes of the age were summoned. Odysseus, cunning and reluctant. Ajax, towering and unbreakable. Nestor, old and wise. And of course, Achilles, the peerless warrior with the infamous heel. Thus began the Trojan War, a campaign of epic proportions, immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, which, curiously, covers only a small segment of the war, specifically a spat over a different woman entirely. We'll get to that drama in another chapter. For now, let us turn to the heart of the matter, the cursed love of Paris and Helen. Within the golden walls of Troy, they lived in uneasy splendour. Paris, brave enough to charm a goddess, but not quite brave enough to win a war. Helen, torn between guilt, longing, and the smouldering ruins of her reputation. The Trojans, for the most part, despised her. Though royalty by association, she was seen as the cause of endless death. The poet Homer describes her walking the battlements, cloaked in shame, haunted by her choices. And yet she remained. Why? Perhaps love, perhaps fear. Perhaps the gods simply wouldn't let her leave. The Greek poet Stesichorus, writing in the 6th century BCE, tried to condemn Helen in verse, only to be struck blind. When he recanted and praised her instead, his sight was restored. The message was clear: speak ill of Helen at your peril. Paris, for his part, was not especially helpful. Though handsome, he lacked his brother Hector's honour or strategic mind. He preferred archery to close combat, charm to discipline. In one of the war's pivotal duels, he fought Menelaus himself, only to be whisked away mid-fight by Aphrodite when things began to go poorly. Let's just say it didn't do much for his street cred. Eventually, of course, Paris met his end. Shot by the archer Philoctetes, with the very bow of Heracles no less, he died not in glory, but in exile, after Helen's charms had somewhat worn thin. As for Helen, well, her story didn't end in Troy. When the city finally fell, thanks to Odysseus's cunning and a certain wooden horse, Helen was spared. Menelaus, sword raised to strike her down, was said to be so struck by her beauty that he dropped the blade. Whether this is forgiveness or further evidence of her god-touched allure is anyone's guess. Together, they returned to Sparta. Not to bliss, perhaps, but to normalcy. Their later life is shrouded in ambiguity. Some say they lived peacefully. Others claim Helen fled again, this time to Rhodes, where she was hanged by a queen who blamed her for her husband's death in the war. In any case, Helen's legacy endured. To the Greeks, she was both victim and temptress. To the Romans, she was a warning. And to the modern world, she remains a mystery, a woman whose beauty was so profound it bent history itself. But let us step back from the fire and the fury and consider the deeper current of this tale. Helen and Paris were not merely lovers. They were instruments, tools of gods and prophecies caught in the gears of destiny. Their passion, whether genuine or divine-induced, ignited forces far beyond their comprehension. This is what makes their love so cursed. It is not merely doomed, it is weaponized, used as a spark to light a decade of slaughter. The wrath of Achilles, the tears of Hecuba, the ashes of Priam's palace, all can be traced back to one golden apple, one judgment, and one stolen queen. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, picture the shores of Troy lined with silent ships. Picture Helen standing by the firelight, her face unreadable. Picture Paris, bow in hand, seeking love in a world that has no room left for peace. It is a cruel irony, is it not, that the love which inspired such poetry also inspired such bloodshed, that the face which launched 1,000 ships could not shield a single soul from the gods' designs. Such is Greek mythology, passionate, unforgiving, and utterly enthralling. Sleep now, dear listener. Let the flames of Troy flicker and fade. Let Helen's silhouette dissolve into dream. And remember, in the world of myth, love may be the noblest of emotions, but it is also the most dangerous. In the grand compendium of Greek tragedies, the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice sings its sorrow with quiet elegance, a melody of love, loss, and that most human of failings, doubt. Unlike the thunderous epics of heroes with bulging biceps and egos to match, this story is far more delicate, and perhaps all the more devastating for it. For here we find no clashing armies, no divine tempests, but rather a lyre, a longing, and a single glance that unspools the threads of hope. To begin, let us consider Orpheus, a figure less warrior than wonder-worker. He was born to the muse Calliope, herself a paragon of eloquence and song. Some say his father was King Oeagrus of Thrace, a mortal man, though others whisper the far more lyrical claim that Apollo, god of music, poetry, and inconvenient prophecies, was his sire. That would make Orpheus half divine, and if one listens to his music, it's rather hard to argue against it. Orpheus played the lyre, not as a skill, but as a second language. When he plucked its strings, the world responded. Stones softened, trees swayed in rhythm, and wild beasts gathered in harmony rather than hunger. Even the gods, notoriously difficult to impress, were said to pause mid-squabble to catch a note or two. In time, Orpheus's music found a muse of its own, Eurydice, a dryad nymph. Her presence in the myth is tantalizingly brief, yet powerful. Her name, meaning true justice, suggests a quiet dignity. She was no demigoddess or tempestuous deity, just a forest spirit with grace enough to ensnare the heart of the world's greatest musician. The two fell in love, and in mythological terms, that's saying something. Their union, by most accounts, was genuine, unmarred by trickery or divine coercion. For once, love was just love. Their marriage was to be a union of poetry and nature, of song and serenity. But, as you may have already guessed, peace rarely lasts in tales penned by the ancient Greeks. During a walk, or as some versions claim, while fleeing an amorous satyr named Aristaeus, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous serpent. She died almost instantly, and thus begins the descent, both literal and emotional. Orpheus, inconsolable, refused to accept her fate. Unlike most mortals who simply sob into their wine and commission a few sad pottery scenes, he took up his lyre and journeyed to Hades, the underworld. Yes, he quite literally walked into death's domain. This was not metaphor, but myth at its most majestic. Now, the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, was no weekend getaway. Souls lingered there in various states of gloom, from mildly inconvenient to eternally tormented. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, guarded its gates. The river Styx, dark and soul-sapping, surrounded it. Few entered alive. Fewer still returned. But Orpheus, armed only with his music and his grief, stepped into the gloom. He played, and the underworld listened. The lyre's lamentation echoed through the caverns of death. The Furies, ancient spirits of retribution, paused their shrieking and wept. Charon, the grumpy ferryman of the Styx, offered him a lift without the usual fare. Even Cerberus, a creature best known for gnawing on heroes, curled up, soothed into a brief slumber by Orpheus's song. And when he reached the royal court of Hades and Persephone, he sang not of conquest, not of bargains, but of sorrow, of love lost, of hearts broken. He didn't demand Eurydice's return, he asked, a man stripped bare of pride, offering only melody. Remarkably, the rulers of the dead were moved. Whether it was the music, the mournful eyes, or perhaps just a slow day in the underworld docket, they relented. Eurydice could return to life. But naturally, there was a catch. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow, silent and invisible. But he must not look back until both had reached the land of the living. It was, as the ancients loved to do, a test of trust, of restraint, of faith, a simple instruction, wrapped in impossibility. Orpheus accepted. They began the journey, step by slow step, through cavern and gloom, ascending a winding path that leads from death back to dawn. Behind him he heard nothing, not a whisper, not a sigh. Eurydice followed, but like a dream one tries to hold on to upon waking, she remained intangible. Doubt crept in. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? Was this some cruel joke by the gods? And then, just as daylight cracked across the threshold, just as the air lightened and life beckoned, he turned. A glance. Just one. And in that instant, Eurydice vanished. Her spirit, still within the bounds of death, was pulled back like smoke into shadow. Gone. There are few more gutting images in myth than Orpheus, reaching out into empty air, knowing he was the one who undid the miracle. Not the gods, not fate, but him. He tried to descend again, to plead once more. But the doors of Hades do not open twice for the same song. Even divine bureaucracy has its limits. And so he returned, alone. The lyre, once vibrant, grew quiet. He wandered the earth in silence, a man exiled not from a place, but from hope. Some say he swore off women entirely, revolted by the pain of love. Others claim he turned to the companionship of men, echoing the customs of Orphic cults and certain poetic communities of the time. There are even tales that he roamed the wild hills singing to the stars, waiting for death to catch up. Eventually it did. The agents of his end were Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and parties that never end well. Why they attacked him varies. Perhaps he rejected their god, or perhaps he simply refused to join their revels. Either way, they tore him limb from limb in a fit of divine-fueled ecstasy. Even in death, Orpheus had flair. His head still singing floated down the river Hebrus, eventually washing ashore on the island of Lesbos, where poets like Sappho would later redefine the lyric tradition. The gods, perhaps sheepish about the whole affair, placed his lyre among the stars as the constellation Lyra, so that his music might never be forgotten. Now let's take a moment to explore the deeper waters of this myth. Orpheus's tale is, in many ways, a parable of art's power and its limits. He could charm the very laws of nature, yet one human impulse, a glance, a moment of doubt, undid everything. It is a reminder that the most beautiful songs cannot always change the ending. It also offers insight into Greek views on mortality. The underworld in this myth is not a place of torture for the wicked, as later Christian ideas would propose, but a place of inertia, of loss. One does not burn in Hades. One simply ceases to grow. Orpheus defies this, not with sword or spell, but with song. His journey reminds us that even in death's domain, beauty has power. Brief, fleeting, but undeniable. There's also a fair bit of philosophical heft here. The Orphic tradition, an actual religious movement in ancient Greece, believed in the soul's immortality, reincarnation, and the redemptive power of music and ritual. Orpheus, in this sense, becomes more than a tragic lover. He is a prophet, a bridge between life and death. And that glance, oh, the infamous glance, was it foolishness, impatience, or was it, perhaps, the final proof of his love? That he could not bear to wait another heartbeat without her presence confirmed. That as a musician, he had to see the beauty behind the song? One could say he failed. Or one could say he proved what it meant to be human. Flawed, yearning, and ultimately incapable of blind faith when the heart is involved. So now, as the lyre's echo fades and your breathing slows, let this tale settle gently upon your thoughts. Let Eurydice's footsteps echo just behind your dreams. Let Orpheus's song wind its way around your slumber. Because in the end, it is not the curse that defines the story, but the love that dared to defy it. And remember, dear listener, next time you're walking out of the underworld with your beloved behind you, don't look back, even if it's just to check whether they're rolling their eyes. Let us now delve into one of Greek mythology's most uncomfortable tales, a story so laden with awkwardness, repression, and tragedy that it might make a family reunion feel like a walk in Arcadia. This is the tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a cursed love story that manages to entangle gods, kings, and horses, and culminates in one of the most painful misunderstandings in all antiquity. Our story begins, as many do, with the house of Theseus, and I must warn you, this family makes Shakespeare's tragedies look like bedtime stories. Theseus, the famed king of Athens, was a hero of some repute. Slayer of the Minotaur, frequent abductor of women, and possessor of a moral compass that spun rather freely. In his later years, Theseus married Phaedra, daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, the same woman who, through divine mischief and bovine seduction, gave birth to the Minotaur. Yes, that Minotaur. Suffice to say, Phaedra came from a complicated lineage. Now, Phaedra herself was not initially marked for tragedy. She was royal, refined, and according to ancient dramatists, possessed of considerable beauty. But as is often the case in Greek mythology, her downfall came courtesy of the gods, specifically Aphrodite, who was having a bit of a sulk. You see, the object of Aphrodite's ire was not Phaedra herself, but Hippolytus, Theseus' son by the Amazon queen Hippolyta, or sometimes Antiope, depending on which mythological gossip column you read. Hippolytus was young, noble, and exceedingly devoted to Artemis, goddess of chastity and the hunt, and that's where the trouble began. Hippolytus had taken a rather public stance against the delights of love. He disdained Aphrodite and her followers, spurning all romance and sexuality in favour of virtue, wilderness, and a good gallop through the woods. This, to Aphrodite, was not just offensive, it was heresy. One does not simply ignore the goddess of desire without consequences. So, as a punishment, most cruel and cunning, Aphrodite decided to strike him where it would hurt the most, through love. Not his love, of course. No, she would make Phaedra, his stepmother, fall madly, hopelessly in love with him. What followed was an agony of silence and longing. Phaedra, struck by this unnatural desire, tried everything to resist. She withdrew from court life, fasted and brooded, always a worrying sign in ancient drama. Her nurse, a character who surely deserves some kind of tragedy support award, eventually dragged the truth from her, and then, in what might be the least helpful act of confidenting in history, told Hippolytus. Now, one must feel at least a modicum of sympathy for the lad. He had done nothing to encourage this. In fact, when he learned of Phaedra's feelings, he reacted with horror, disgust, and, to be quite honest, a bit of self-righteous monologuing about how wicked women could be. He stormed off, leaving behind a nurse wringing her hands and a Phaedra drowning in shame. Seeing no escape from the ruin her desire had wrought, Phaedra wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. It was a lie born of despair, perhaps even a desperate attempt to preserve her honour in death. But the damage was done. Theseus returned, read the letter, and without so much as a trial or a cross-examination, invoked a curse upon his son. Not just any curse, mind you. He called upon his own father, Poseidon, to destroy Hippolytus. And Poseidon, never one to ignore a good curse request, obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the coast, Poseidon sent a monstrous bull from the sea. The horses panicked, the chariot shattered, and the young man was dragged to his death. Limbs shattered, body bloodied, virtue intact. It was only after his son lay dying that Theseus learned the truth. Artemis, in one of her rare public appearances, descended to reveal the full story. The boy had been innocent. The gods had played their cruel games. The father had believed a lie, and it was all too late. Theseus, for all his heroism, was left with the bitterest of punishments, surviving his mistake. Now then, let us pause for breath. That was rather a lot, wasn't it? Mythological context first. This tale was most famously immortalised in Euripides' tragedy Hippolytus, a masterpiece of psychological tension and emotional restraint. The play was performed in 428 BCE and won first prize at the Dionysia, a festival where, presumably, the audience wept into their amphorae of wine. In Euripides' version, the moral terrain is complex. Phaedra is not a villainess, but a tragic pawn, crushed by the weight of divine manipulation. Hippolytus is not a flawless hero, but a young man rigid in his virtue, blind to compassion. And Theseus never really comes off well, does he? From a cultural standpoint, the play is soaked in Athenian anxiety about passion, honour, and the role of women. Phaedra is torn between her emotions and her reputation. She chooses death over disgrace, a stark reminder of how a woman's value in ancient Greece was often tied not to her character, but to her chastity. The play also explores a theme quite modern in its resonance, the dangers of absolutism. Hippolytus, in his absolute rejection of desire, becomes ironically vulnerable to its most destructive form. Phaedra, caught between passion and propriety, is crushed by the impossibility of reconciling the two. And Theseus, caught between love and law, chooses neither wisely. Let's turn now to Aphrodite, the divine catalyst of this mess. She opens the play with a speech declaring her intention to punish Hippolytus for failing to honour her. It is a striking and unnerving moment. Here, the goddess is not love incarnate, but desire weaponized. She doesn't seek romance or pleasure. She seeks submission. She is, quite literally, a force of nature that punishes those who try to live outside it. The Greeks understood that love could be a source of joy, but also madness, violence, and ruin. That duality is at the heart of this myth. To love too little is to offend the gods. To love too much is to destroy oneself. Phaedra's love, unchosen and unbearable, becomes a curse. Hippolytus' lack of love becomes a challenge to divine order. There is, as ever in these tales, no safe path. And what of Artemis, Hippolytus' patron? Her intervention at the end of the tale is poignant and chilling. She promises to avenge Hippolytus by killing one of Aphrodite's mortal favourites in turn. There's a sense that even the gods are trapped in an eternal cycle of retaliation, unable to protect those they favour. There is a version, softer and less devastating, found in Roman literature. Seneca, and later the French dramatist Racine, offer variations in which Hippolytus survives, carried off by Artemis to be healed and hidden. But the Greeks, ever the pessimists, preferred their endings sharp and tragic. And now, dear listener, as your head rests softly upon your pillow, and the night air carries the fading echoes of ancient grief, let us reflect once more. Phaedra and Hippolytus are not lovers, not in any conventional sense. They are strangers caught in the same terrible web. Their love story is not about love at all, but the distortion of it, the curse of desire without choice, the silence of truth unheard, the ruin that comes not from malice, but from fear. It's a tale that asks us to look closely, not just at actions, but at motives, to consider how easily misunderstanding can destroy. How often, in myth as in life, tragedy blooms not from hatred, but from miscommunication, pride, and the inability to pause and ask, what really happened here? So as you drift now into sleep, let this story settle quietly in your thoughts. Not as a cautionary tale, but as a gentle reminder. Speak gently, doubt slowly. And whatever you do, never underestimate a horse, a letter, or a god with a bruised ego. Ah, Paris and Helen. A pairing so legendary, so famously infamous, that it has come to symbolize the very notion of doomed romance. You'll find them in poetry and opera, in oil paintings and war propaganda, in dusty textbooks and dodgy pub quizzes. And yet, for all the attention they have received, one thing is certain: this was never a love story, not truly. No, this was a cautionary tale masquerading as a romance, a myth soaked in beauty, blood, and a great deal of poor decision-making. Let us begin not with Helen, nor with Paris, but with a wedding. Specifically, the ill-fated nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. He a mortal king, she a sea nymph of the highest pedigree, with a temper that could sink a fleet. Their union, blessed and meddled with by gods alike, marked the beginning of what would soon unravel into the Trojan War. You see, as with many a Greek tale, it all began because someone wasn't invited. The goddess Eris, deity of discord, had not received an invitation to the festivities. And rather than sulk quietly in the shadows, like a modern office colleague left off the group lunch email, Eris stormed the wedding and tossed a golden apple into the feast. Upon the apple was inscribed just 3 words: to the fairest. Now, when 3 goddesses lay eyes on a golden apple and read the phrase, to the fairest, one can assume a certain level of measured response. Not here. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed it. And so began one of the pettiest yet most consequential beauty contests in history. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince living rather peaceably on Mount Ida, having been exiled in infancy due to a prophecy foretelling he would one day bring ruin to Troy. Spoiler alert, the prophecy was quite accurate. The goddesses, unwilling to share a title or an apple, decided he would serve as the judge of their divine pageant. Each goddess, like a contestant on an especially high-stakes talent show, offered Paris a bribe. Hera promised power. Athena promised wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, the ultimate romantic, offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, being young, impetuous, and deeply committed to surface-level beauty, chose Aphrodite. In doing so, he not only secured a place in history, but signed a celestial permission slip for disaster. And who, you ask, was this promised paragon of beauty? Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, the latter famously seduced or assaulted, depending on one's translation, by Zeus in the form of a swan. Helen's beauty was said to be unparalleled, so much so that Theseus, yes, our old friend from chapter 9, once kidnapped her in her youth. But at the time of our story, Helen was married to Menelaus, king of Sparta and brother to Agamemnon, the king of kings in Mycenaean Greece. Paris, now committed to his prize, travelled to Sparta, was welcomed as a guest, and promptly seduced or spirited away Helen. Some versions say she went willingly. Others say she was taken. Greek myth is, as ever, delightfully inconsistent. But one thing is certain. Paris left with Helen, and Menelaus was furious. Cue the most ambitious retrieval operation of the Bronze Age, the Trojan War. Now it's worth pausing here to reflect. This wasn't just a domestic dispute. This was an all-star ensemble cast of Greek mythology. Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Nestor, Patroclus. A who's who of ancient heroism. And all supposedly rallied not merely to help Menelaus reclaim his wife, but to uphold a pact. When Helen was of marrying age, her suitors had all sworn to defend the chosen husband against anyone who tried to take her. You see, everyone expected trouble. Helen was, after all, the mythical equivalent of a diplomatic incident waiting to happen. But beyond the shimmering surface of abducted wife lies a tangle of deeper themes. Helen wasn't merely a prize passed between men. She became a symbol of male pride, national honour, divine interference, and the enduring fear of feminine allure. Her beauty was seen not just as a blessing, but as a destabilising force. A thing too powerful to exist unguarded. And what of Paris? Was he a great lover? A romantic hero? Not exactly. In Homer's Iliad, he is portrayed as, well, a bit soft. More fond of lounging in his chambers with Helen than facing the Greek champions on the battlefield. His brother Hector, a genuine paragon of nobility, frequently rebukes him for his laziness and cowardice. Even Helen, in moments of weary honesty, mocks his martial inadequacy. Their relationship is complicated. In many retellings, Helen spends much of the war in Troy as a woman trapped by fate, by guilt, by circumstance. She is neither villain nor victim, but a blend of both. At times she regrets leaving Sparta. At others she blames the gods. Her ambiguity makes her one of the most psychologically rich characters in the mythological canon. Let us now turn to the war itself. 10 years of bloodshed, the death of heroes, the wrath of Achilles, the trickery of Odysseus, all to reclaim one woman, or more accurately, to restore male honour after it had been bruised. At least, that's what the song said. But beneath the surface, the Trojan War became a mythological crucible, a space where love, duty, revenge, and divine will collided. Helen's role after the war varies by source. In Homer, she is welcomed back by Menelaus. No trial, no execution, no banishment. It's as if the war never happened. The Trojans are dead, the city burned. But Helen returns to her palace and resumes her life. The ancient Greeks, it seems, had a rather flexible approach to reconciliation, provided you were beautiful enough. Later sources are less forgiving. Euripides, in his tragedy Helen, posits a version in which the real Helen was spirited away to Egypt by the gods, and a mere phantom, a cloud image, was taken to Troy in her place. This reinterpretation attempts to absolve Helen of blame entirely. A clever mythological loophole, one might say, though it does raise the question, why didn't the gods intervene earlier? The image of Helen, as seductress, scapegoat, symbol, is perhaps the most potent in all classical mythology. She becomes a mirror for whatever society wishes to see. To some, she is the ultimate femme fatale. To others, a tragic pawn. Her story shifts with the teller, reflecting the anxieties of the age. And Paris? His end, unsurprisingly, is not heroic. He is mortally wounded by Philoctetes, wielding the very bow of Heracles. Paris seeks help from Oenone, his former lover, and a nymph who had the power to heal him. She refuses, still hurt by his betrayal. And so Paris dies. Later, filled with remorse, she throws herself onto his funeral pyre. A rather fiery footnote to an already charred love story. One might ask, did Helen and Paris ever really love each other? Or were they both caught in a storm of divine meddling, political ambition, and their own vanity? There's a line in Euripides' Trojan Women where Helen defends herself before Hecuba, queen of the fallen city. She says, "It was the gods, not I." And perhaps that's true. In Greek myth, mortals are so often vessels for divine caprice, and yet they suffer the consequences. The tale of Helen and Paris endures not because it is romantic, but because it is recognisably human. A tangle of desire, mistake, pride, and regret. A tale where no one is truly innocent and everyone pays the price. As you close your eyes tonight, consider this. The face that launched 1,000 ships also left 1,000 widows. The beauty that sparked a war ended in ruin. And the love that defied kings and gods alike ultimately led nowhere at all. Greek myths rarely offer happy endings, but they do offer truth, wrapped in grandeur, adorned with gods, and echoing with the weight of mortal folly. So, rest now, dear listener. Let Helen and Paris fade into the sea mist of memory, two shadows walking among the ruins of Troy. May your dreams be free of golden apples and vengeful goddesses. And if someone offers you a prize for being the fairest, politely decline. Or at the very least check for curses. Good night.